I'll do my best. Andros won't have his way with me.
Good luck.
Open the wings. Check your G-diffuser system.
Falco here. I'm fine.
This is Peppy. All systems go.
Flippy here. I'm okay.
I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll. Flippy, get back here! Flippy, watch out! Bogey on your tail!
Whoa! Thanks, Fox. I thought they had me.
We're entering Corneria City now. This is horrible. Everybody stay alert! You've got an enemy on your tail! Use the brakes! I'll take this one. Get the one behind me.
Something's wrong with the G-diffuser. I guess I should be thankful.
Do a barrel roll.
Pretty smooth flying, Fox.
Follow me, Fox! Falco, where are you going? I found the target. Try to keep up. Time for a little pace. Back off, Fox.
Someone wants to play.
Incoming enemy from the rear. Drop altitude.
Enemy shield analyzed.
Deploy all units. Charge! I've got a present for you.
That's it. Aim for the open spot.
You'll never defeat Android!
I don't even know when I hit Falco.
We're heading out. All aircraft report.
You did it! I was worried for a moment.
You're becoming more like your father.
I'm fine. You okay over there, Fox?
Fox, we're under attack. Help us out here.
I'm on my way.
Good luck.
Let's back up the squadron.
Somebody's gonna pay for all this.
Don't let any of them through!
Something's wrong. I don't see anything.
Surprise attack coming from above! Hold them! They're trying to get through! Good job! Keep up the pace!
Enemies coming from behind. I've got everything above. He's quick! Be careful!
We're gonna break through that fleet.
You're becoming a better pilot.
Location confirmed. Pending supplies.
Something's up ahead. Looks different.
All range mode.
Enemy shield analyzed.
Gee, quit moving around. Shoot, I'm taking damage. Good job. Keep up the good work. Shoot, I'm taking damage.
Let these hit!
Don't party just yet. It's time to try our new weapon. What's wrong? Is that it?
Knock it off, Fox!
Let these hit!
Cocky little freak! I'll take you guys out from the ship.
Let these hit!
I'm coming for you.
Gee, quit moving around. Gee, quit moving around. Gee, quit moving around.
We're heading for Aquid. Report in.
There you go.
Your skills have improved, Fox. I guess you're good for something.
Hell yeah, brother. Now we're going to be going on to Aquas. We're going the hard route this time. Next up is Zonus. From there, Sector Z, Area 6, and finally, Venom. I'm not even close to getting the top hits at all, so... Anyway, let's do this.
Star Fox, I want you to take out the enemy bioweapon.
Yes, sir. Deploy the Blue Marine.
Good luck.
I'm gonna check out the bioweapon. I'm sending the data to you guys. Shoot a torpedo to help you see.
Looks like the pollution has started.
It's awful. Wow! Look at that! It's beautiful! How's the Blue Marine, Fox?
It's a good thing you prepared, Flip. This thing will never hold together.
Whoa! Watch out!
Do a barrel roll.
Look out behind you! Keep shooting! We've got lots of torpedoes!
You're the best, Flippy.
Thanks, Peppy!
This thing will never hold together. I got a bad feeling about this, Fox.
Watch out, Fox!
torpedo weapon.
Enemy shield analyzed.
Aim for the 2 columns.
Fire a homing torpedo.
That's it, Spot.
Fire a homing torpedo.
That's it, Spot. Go for the eyes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yippee! You did it!
We're preparing to dock. Thanks, Slip. Blue Marine came through. Slip is not such a screw-up after all.
Thanks a lot, Peppy.
I'll take the sky any day.
Sheesh, Falco. You too.
Hell yeah, brother. Now we're on to Zonus. Let's go. Oh, excuse me.
There's an enemy base there?
Affirmative, General.
Good luck.
Yes, indeedy. What used to be a tropical paradise. Now,
Let's sneak in low and surprise him.
it's not sneaking in.
This is Zonus.
I can't believe they did.
What a jump.
I hear you, Slippy.
Watch out for the searchlight.
Let's take them all out.
I don't think Falco was a part of, or was a resident of Zonus. I could be wrong. I don't know if it directly.
Fox, get this guy off me. This is really starting to tick me off. Whew, that
Maybe
was
if you can get him
too
away.
close.
That'd be nice.
Follow your father's example, Fox.
Nice.
We're closing in on them, Falco.
Huh?
Take the right, my boy. I have the left.
that? What are you doing here?
Ow.
Is that any way to greet a girl? Whoa! Watch
Oh,
out!
thanks, Slippy. That would have helped. You know, it's not like you couldn't have shot that for me. Oh.
I've got somebody on my team. Beautiful. I could kiss you for that. You trying to damage my pretty face?
What?
Aim for the runner, Fox.
Doesn't do anything.
Location confirmed. Sending supplies. Enemy tanker! You've got an enemy on your tail.
That's one way to get rid of people.
Here I go!
Enemy fighter spotted. Take him down.
Make way for attack.
Oh. Oh.
Back off, Fox.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
Looks like we've got company.
Damn.
That was a close call, Fox.
Wasn't it?
Jeez Louise, what is that?
I wonder what would have happened.
Be careful, it might be a trap.
Something's coming from the sea.
One second, I'll be right back. I thought I put it on the BRB screen, but that's okay. Let's go.
Disrespectful little whelp.
Oh. Mr. Krabs.
Teach you some respect.
Enemy shield analyzed.
Adjust 10 degrees right. Higher. Pressure. Angle okay. Higher torpedo. Prepare to surface. Our section's ready. Engage.
Destroy the 2 exhaust pipes. His armor's tough. Use bomb plasma.
Drop the crane now.
Quick, destroy the crane.
Shoot. Fire! Fire!
All aircraft report.
I'm having some trouble here.
Everything's A-OK. Cat, where'd you go?
I don't know what we could do with that too.
So
Sweet.
you're going to attack the enemy base? Great idea, Fox.
That's 2 bases.
It'll be a piece of cake, General.
Good luck.
hyenas now. Here you go. They're not taking me seriously. Here they come! Just shoot it, Bob!
Starting without me? Boy, I'm crushed.
Cat, not you again.
Is that any way to greet a girl? Incoming!
Take this!
How's the Landmaster, Fox?
Try hovering.
These cats are real deal.
Don't let them get to the supply depot. Shoot! He's right behind us. I guess I should be thankful.
Knock me off. Damn it.
What's wrong? Come a little closer.
Try hovering.
Fuck.
I see the fuel bunker on the right side. Take the switch ahead. Shoot the 8 switches to open the lock.
Make way for Cat. I've got the left. You take the right, hon.
Location confirmed. Sending supplies. I didn't expect to have to use this. You're very lucky.
Oh god.
I'll go with these guys through the front.
Enemy field analyzed.
I'm here to rescue you. Okay, now shoot the switches.
Step on the gas.
Okay.
Step on the gas.
Good going, Fox.
Did it.
No! Give them blade! I can't stop it!
Just the best, man. The best. I'd say one of my favorite missions.
I on their stupid faces.
I'm sure we heard him this time.
You're pretty good, peasant. See you again.
Now it's our turn to kick some tail.
It's almost over. We're in your debt. Come back in one piece, Fox.
Will do, General.
Good luck.
Came in here. No problems. Do you copy? Emergency maneuvers! Too late. Game over, pal.
Oh boy, here we go. I'm gonna button mash like nothing. Like crazy, I mean.
Entering Venom Air Defense Zone.
Everybody stay alert.
Space lines ahead.
Explosion behind me. Am I getting slow? Hey, Einstein, I'm on your side. Knock it off, Fox! Hold still and let me shoot you. Gotcha!
Incoming enemy missile!
Shoot him down! We're being marked!
Did we get him?
Not yet, sir. They're on me! I'm getting careless! What's taking you so long, Fox? Ah, the son of James McLeod.
Those tin cans are no match for me. I'm looking forward to this.
Now I know what's been going on. It's my freaking mouse, dude. Or not my mouse. Bleh, my controller. Hold on. I need to clean it real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry. We're good now. We're good. Should be working a lot better now. That's it. Oh yeah, way better. See? Big difference. Big difference.
They've broken through the first line. Hey, Einstein, I'm on your side.
Why are you flying in my line of sight then? Bitch!
We're gonna break through that fleet.
That's recovering.
They're through the second line.
Okay.
Fire! Fire! Don't let them through!
Too late, bucko.
Venom's right there. Whew, that was too close.
Ow.
The last line has been freed.
These guys are crazy! Okay, deploy it now!
Enemy ahead. This one's different.
Can we start?
We were so close to Venom. Yeah, it's working.
Enemy shield analyzed. Yeah, yeah.
Let's try these tentacles.
Shoot the tentacles to open the core.
Trying to. There you go. Alright, are you guys ready for this? Let's say that I didn't warn you.
Watch out, Fox.
I try to dodge it a different way. Mostly.
Destroy all 3 energy balls. The shield is gone. Shoot the core.
Got it.
Yippee!
Let's go.
You did it.
Hold on. We're entering Venom airspace. Say your prayers, Andros. Don't get too cocky, Star Fox.
Let's see how you handle our new ships.
Too bad Dad's not here to see you fail.
We'll make sure you never reach Andron. We'll just see about that, Star Wolf.
You guys don't give up. I can't break free.
I am the great Leon. You're not welcome here.
You, they got me. Knock it off, Fox. Take care of the guy behind me, Fox.
You're not welcome here.
I'll take care of you.
This can't be happening.
Not yet. The party's just... Oh!
Fox, get this guy off me.
Sorry, guys, I gotta sit this one out.
There's one more to go.
What? Is that all you got? You're good, but I'm better. You're good, but I'm better. You're good, but I'm... No way! I don't believe it!
I'll go it alone from here.
Hell yeah.
Fox!
Yeah, fuck! You scream fuck, not Fox.
I've been waiting for you, Star Fox. You know that I control the galaxy. It's foolish to come against me.
your true form.
What? What is all range mode gonna do here? I'm probably gonna die within the first couple seconds. There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to do this, dude. I am so screwed. What I meant to do? No! Fuck. Damn.
I've been waiting for you, Star Fox. You know that I control the galaxy. It's foolish to come against me. Now you will feel true pain.
Somebody actually supplied me with grenades. Or, I'm sorry, bombs, not grenades. I was saying. Look at just how much faster I'm going to do this with just twin. It's so easy now.
Only I have the brains to rule Lilac.
So, Andross, you show your true form.
Oh god.
Don't ever give up, my son.
Father?
Follow me, Fox. This way, Fox. Never give up. Trust your instincts. You've become so strong, Fox.
Way to go, Fox!
That's our leader.
Star Fox, we are in your debt. I would be honored to have you as part of the Cornerian
Oh, no, sir. We prefer doing things our own way.
Great Fox is ready to go.
It's time for us to go now.
Sorry. Okay. Ay, ay. Not even close. Not even close, dude. Ay, ay, ay. See? Highest score is 3,481. There's just no way. I can't. But yeah. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, lads, we're back. You guys ready to do a bit of just chatting? I'm gonna be eating here, so I'm gonna have my webcam off. But, made myself some cup noodles with some pork. I didn't feel like eating all that much. Too heavy, something too heavy, but it's gonna be really, really salty, so. And I think this is pretty much gonna be it's gonna be my sodium intake for what, the next 2-3 days? Which means I'm gonna have to be working my ass off. Working out a lot more than my usual hour and a half. Oh, what the hell? Oh shit. What is this?
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Lockdown 23 and 1. So I got a little oil mark right here on my face. I don't know if y'all ever get them.
Okay. Just skip to what it is I'm really trying to look for. Ooh, deli sandwiches.
Greetings, food surfers. I'm Eric Surf 6. Welcome to Eric Mealtime. And in this one, I have found a brand new vending machine. They're calling this place the Deli Hana Hana, and it's a gourmet sandwich vending machine. Sandwiches, desserts, wraps. So I guess this is the menu here. This is complimentary stuff you can take. This is bread crust. It looks like sugared bread crust because they cut off the crust in Japan. Got drinks as well too. There's a microwave oven to heat stuff up. I like this. I mean, this shop it's really tiny. It's, you know, that's it. 2 machines right on the street. So yeah. Okay, let's give it a try, shall we? This is the #1 item right here. It's a chicken katsu sandwich, so breaded chicken cutlet. And it's number 6. You know that's gonna be good. Okay. Oh, this is exciting. New vending machines. Push, pull, what do? You pull up the flap. Ooh, it's refrigerated in here. Okay, comes in a box. It's pretty good weight. Let's heat it up while we buy some other stuff. So 500 watts, 1 minute. Okay. Oh, what is that? Sausage dry curry wrap. All right. And the prices for this about $4 each. Okay. #1. Okay, here's #2. What else? What else? This looks interesting. It's ham egg sandwich. There's a fruit sandwich there. There's a pizza sandwich. And what's that? Cabbage, tapuri cabbage, and is it tuna? Ham katsu. So that's, like I already got the chicken, so let's do this one. This looks interesting. Ham egg sandwich. Another box. And let's get a dessert one too. We've done a lot of the fruit sandwiches lately from convenience stores and whatnot. Let's do this one, the chocolate banana wrap for 400 yen. Okay. Okay, so they're all presented the same way in these boxes. Heat it up, heat it up. Let's heat this one up. Comes with some nice little bags here. Look at that. Okay. Definitely use that. And let's get a drink here too, shall we? Ooh, they got Mountain Dew. Decisions. Let's get this giant Boss lemon tea for 130. Go with the Boss. Yeah. Good looking bottle. Okay, hot and cold. So we got 4 sandwiches in there and a drink. Let's go. We are traveling by bicycle today. It's a pretty cool place and it's open 24 hours. Nice. Brand new place. Yeah, let's check out their Instagram, huh? Yeah. All right. Woohoo! Let's get some. See if we can find a park or something to eat at. Check it out. It is rainy season in Japan, and these are the infamous ajisai plants, or hydrogenous, I think. What, I don't know what they're called in English. Gorgeous though. Only in June. That's right. Only in June, the rainy season month in Japan. Yes. Okay, here's some different colored ones here. Yep, come in lots of different colors. Oh, here's some more ajisai flowers. Oh, gorgeous. Fully bloom. Oh. Lunchtime, we got 4 sandwiches and a drink. Let's start with a sandwich, shall we? Open the box. Here we go. That's pretty nice looking. Yeah, so they're calling this a what? It's a wiener and dry curry roll. Get cleaned up here a little bit. Just a little bit. Going in for the hot dog sausage dry curry wrap. Oh, okay. That's some nice curry. Wow, Indian style. It's got some nice spice. I like that. Quite a bit of greens in here too. Cabbage, leafy, green lettuce. Dark leafy green lettuce. It's pretty delish. I really like the curry. It goes with the hot dog pretty well. So, you know, it's a sausage really. It's got a little bit of spice to it. This is really nice. Wow. Impressive first sandwich. And for the drink here, we've got a lemon tea by the Boss Coffee Company. Cheers. Ooh, this is nice. It's sweetened, but just a little bit. That's a good tea. Way to go, boss. Nice flavor. All right. Moving on to the chicken katsu sandwich. Chicken katsu is like a cutlet. Oh, and look at that. Look at that. Let me pull the cellophane off of here so you can get the view. Wow, now this is a meaty sandwich. Look at that. You get 3 of them. Oh, bonus. So they're packing each of the boxes. I like that. And a standard katsu sandwich in Japan is usually pork, but this is the chicken version. And it's gonna have the cabbage on the bottom. And let me show you, not to show you, but look at that breaded, oh, cutlet. And it's in a tangy sauce typically. But boy, look at the size of that. You get an awful lot of chicken. Oh. Wow. Meaty. Chicken breast. It's pretty moist. Wow. And oh, I love the sauce that's on the breading. That is delicious. It's really nice and moist. A lot of times with the chicken katsu, they tend to be dry, whereas the pork cutlet sandwiches are more popular in Japan, I would say, because they're more, I guess, just meaty and what's the word I'm trying to say? The opposite of dry. Wet, moist. Moist, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so there it is. Falling apart. Because I took it apart to show it to you. But, oh, this is tasty. Gourmet level. Wow. Way better than I'd expected. Oh goodness. Next up, let's make sure we save the dessert for last. So next up is going to be the ham and egg sandwich. Oh, this is nice and colorful. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, Japan, way to go. That is beautiful looking. It's just, oh, it's gushing in cheese too. Melted cheese on here. All right, going in. Oh, look at that egg. Soft boiled egg. Mmm. Oh, I'm tasting ham, cheese. And what else? Something crunchy in here. What? Carrots on a sandwich? Really? Carrots on a sandwich? But it does add some crunch, gives it texture. They like to do that in Japan. I'm liking the egg a lot. And the melted cheese. Oh, this is pretty phenomenal. Wow. And good volume too. It's heavy. Really heavy. Tea time. No, it is actually dessert time. That's what it is now. So this is a chocolate, banana, and cream something. I was gonna say crepe, but no, they're not crepe. It's more like a tortilla or wraps. Yeah. Oh, how cute. It's got sprinkles. Oh, look at that. You get 2 of them. Oh, that is gorgeous. Oh, okay. You guys go ahead, grab one. The other one's mine. Go for it. Banana, chocolate, and cream, and sprinkles. Oh. Whoa, that cream. Japanese cream is so dense. It's not like whipped cream, it's thicker. Oh, it's heavy. Oh. It's so sweet. Oh, now I'm tasting the banana and the chocolate. There it is, banana in the middle there. Mmm. What is it with banana and chocolate? They go together so well, and you add the cream. Oh, perfection. And the tortilla is nice and soft. Mmm. Lightly toasted. Mmm. Oh, this is banging. I think I ate the dessert one the quickest. It's that good. Oh my. We only ate less than half of the stuff. I'm gonna definitely save this for later. Maybe I should have gotten some more different ones to try, but I think next time I'll buy the other ones that are in the machine, because there was, I think, 10 different ones total, so I'll definitely have to do that machine again. But what a great find. I was just riding my bicycle in the local neighborhood, and there it was, just a shop that had a vending machine in it, 2 vending machines, and then, you know, 24 hours a day, and they're calling it a deli. I kind of like that, vending machine deli sandwiches. So on my rating scale, I think today I'm gonna have to go full 6 on this one. So a totally new concept machine that I haven't seen before, and what was inside, deli level gourmet sandwiches and wraps. I mean, fabulous. So because it's a 6 rating, I'm giving away 3 of my Get Some snack packs. If you're not familiar, there'll be a link right up here. But basically, it's goodies that I give away from Japan as my thanks to you for watching my videos. So just put a comment down below and you'll be entered for your chance to win. I'll select 3 winners and announce them in the next video. So thank you guys so much for watching. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. And as always, I look forward to reading those comments. We'll see you next time.
This is a day in the life of a Japanese waitress.
This is Yuki, 24 years old, living in the heart of Tokyo, and she's just waking up for work. I guess she's still a little sleepy. She lives on her own in this 1K apartment, meaning one room and kitchen. Not surprising in the middle of the city. Oh, she's using a disposable toothbrush. That's a new one for the series. She's originally from Fukuoka, but because of her love for anime, she would visit Tokyo at least once a month to attend anime events, so it was only natural for her to move here after graduating university.
Cheese gyudon? You can get fired for saying that? What? What is this? Ooh. Bento boxes. I'm gonna have to check this one out later. Excuse me. Fired for saying cheese gyudon? Woman arrested for ditching bag in front of TSA. What?
Sorry, sir. Those for me. Separate your feet. Nope. Listen to me, okay? Right now, this point in time, you are being detained. You are under arrest.
Oh shit!
Do you have anything else on your person I need to know about?
On August 29th, 2023, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at the Albuquerque International Sunport, at approximately 4:30 a.m., a woman was going through TSA security when the TSA agents alerted Albuquerque police of a possible unruly passenger. This led to a swift response by security personnel and police. The passenger was identified as Fawn Eagleday of Santa Fe, New Mexico. She discarded a bag containing what appeared to be Fawn attempted to discard a bag containing what appeared to be illegal substances.
1842. I'll be out of lane 4. Possibly unruly person.
Unruly individual, right?
Wrap that in that glove, man. Yeah, you have another glove, Giorgio? Or just take it off and wrap it in that glove. Good afternoon. I'm Officer Hole with the Police Department, okay? Go ahead and do me a favor. Put your hands back on your head. Nope. Listen to me. Your instructions, okay? Put your hands back on top of your head. Separate your feet. Nope. Listen to me, okay? Right now, this point in time, you are being detained. You are under arrest, okay? Do you have anything else on your person I need to know about? Any needles or anything like that? These people have not found yet. You guys know about triple XL?
Triple XL. God damn, that must be some Sasquatch hits. We got triple XL.
We'll talk to her in a second, okay?
Yeah, boy, triple XL. Damn.
I'm going to go to the other side, please. Sorry.
That sucks. What would it be like to stand on Pluto? Cold, desolate, isolated from everything and everyone. Ooh. Damn. Again, this dude with the While sticking his tongue out and then almost licking the milk. I don't know why. Apparently he gets inspiration from Johnny Depp. See, and then he lets the milk drip on him. You don't care. You don't care. Why does the pot look like that? Oh, it's nasty. And then that too. Like, oh. Dude, I would not drink out of this stuff. That's so gross. I don't care, man. I'm not getting dysentery from this shit. Why are you mostly dripping product? It's dripping! Alright. What is that little seed that gives him? Is it cardamom? It doesn't say. Yeah, I couldn't do that. And then you got the cigarettes right next to it and everything. Orange juice. People try Texas barbecue. Cool. Legendary Left 4 Dead 2 tricks. What? The Nun. What? Chinese girl picks a date based on their tomato egg. What? That's horrible. How to get a felony while sleeping in Detroit? Jeez. Granted, I think you could probably, you know, get a felony either way. Quick trip shop for 3 things she's entitled to steal. What? Oh no.
Hello, hello, welcome back.
What? Never mind. That. Katsudon. Looks delicious. Losing hair over stress. What the fuck? You know, I kind of had an idea for this. Sort of first-person shooter. Playing every first-person shooter. Oh god, Cobra's terrifying now deleted stream. What is this?
Greetings, fellow YouTubers. It is your boy, King Cobra JFS. We are back at it with another video. And many blessings to you. And rest in peace to Bob Barker. The lead host of The Price is Right. Bob Barker passed away at the age of 99. And it is what it is, YouTube.
Damn, is it the price is right or the price was not right? But it is what it is. Damn.
Died of old age, more than likely, so he lived a very long and fulfilling life. I can get out of here. You know, I have a Monster Nitro. See this right here? This is a Monster Nitro Cosmic Peach. Because Bob Barker is a part of the cosmos now, man. So I want to do a chug for Bob Barker. And we're going to do a Doritos review. Because check this out. Doritos has come out with a new flavor of chips that is for a limited time offer, folks. And no disrespect to Bob Barker, but check that out. Ultimate Cheddar Doritos. Oh, I don't want a piece. I want the whole damn thing. Now you're going to get it, Bobby. So, you know, yeah, Bob Barker was a part of my childhood. I loved watching The Price is Right growing up.
Oh, now it's The Price is Right.
I did a bit of crying off camera. I ain't gonna stunt, y'all. Try not to cry on camera. Cheers, Bob Saget.
Sick shit.
And, of course, Bob Barker. I've been getting the two mixed up because they're both named Bob.
Sick guy. Really funny, but just said weird.
But there's Saget and then there's Barker.
It is what it is. You know, chugging carbonated beverages like this is, it's tricky, YouTube. It really is.
Why would you want to chug it, though? Why not enjoy the drink? Maybe it's because it hurts your teeth?
Oh, fuck. I don't want a piece of the can. I want the whole damn thing. Yeah, I've been in kind of a funk lately. Excuse me.
All right. Nice. Oh, lovely.
Well, that just happened.
It is what it is, YouTube. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Make it to the sink, King Cobra.
I'm so sorry, Bob. Bob Barker, I am so fucking sorry, dude.
Damn.
Oh, fuck. I stubbed my toe earlier and curled it on my left foot. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it.
You're not going to wash the puke
I'm
off?
so sorry to Bob Saget and
My God.
his closest relatives and friends.
You creepy man.
I did not mean to just throw up on camera like that. I'm going to remember Bob Barker as the man who loved animals, who would do anything to help animals, you know, and how he made everybody feel like a winner on The Price is Right. Now you're going to get it, Bobby. Price is wrong, bitch. Oh, man, I gotta... it's ridiculous. My toe right here, my big toe on my left foot.
What?
I stubbed it on something earlier, and then it curled like that at the same time. And oh, dude, no.
What?
I'm fine. I can still curl. Ah, fuck. I can bend it, but it doesn't feel.
Oh
good.
God, hold on. Jesus,
No
look
bacon, no cheese.
look at those chompers, dude.
I can still curl. Ah, fuck.
Holy fuck, that's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that is so gnarly. Ay, ay, ay.
I can bend it.
Unless he's like painting his teeth black too, along with his nails.
But
That
it
could be
doesn't feel
another,
good.
you know.
It could be worse. No bacon, no cheese. Come on, Wendy's. One for the fans.
All right.
One for Bob Barker, and 2 for me. I love Doritos. Not a sponsor. That was an explosion of like cheddar. Oh, Bob's Barfer. Oh,
Barfer?
fucking great. Bob Barfer. That is hilarious. Teeth update. Ew. Here's the wine I've been making. YouTube, check this out.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Well, did he actually show his teeth?
Teeth update.
Oh no, dude, that is just horrible. That is absolutely dreadful. Why? It's like all caked in fucking tartar, and then all this is just rotted away. That is a horrible picture, dude. That is a horrible. Imagine seeing that in the middle of the night. Holy fuck. Yeah, even he's disgusted by it. But you know, that's not gonna stop him.
YouTube, check this out. Oh yeah, and you can see fermentation bubbles right there. Just kind of go in there.
Was he gonna have a sip of that hooch?
All the yeast and the sugar that's what's left of it on the bottom. So it's dissolving like it's supposed to, and we're getting you know, when you make homemade wine and you get the fermentation bubbles on the top, that's what you're looking for, people. Yeah, buddy, you know it. Burping this homemade wine for Bob Barker.
Edith, get off this stage.
What?
I kind of want to try a little sip right now, but I don't think it's ready.
Oh, I do want to try a sip of it right now, dude.
I'm going to circle of protection on my stomach from botulism. Ooh. No, it's not ready yet. It still needs to keep fermenting. But I tried a sip of that. It's just a tiny little sip to see what it tastes like. That's not half bad, YouTube. That's not bad, dude.
Josh has figured out how to make hooch with Tampico, but he doesn't know that there's something about Tampico and basically making it to where it's not going to ferment. He's not going to be making alcohol. He's just going to be making yeasty citrus blend juice. But he's not making alcohol.
Okay, that's all I'm gonna fucking take. I took 2 little tiny sips of it because I'm curious to see how it tastes. Not half bad. Cobra's Cantina, you know it. Ow, fucking whore! Oh, I stubbed my toe on that vacuum cleaner, son of a bitch! Ouch! Oh, Jesus Christ, that hurts. The same fucking toe I stubbed earlier, dude. Come on.
On the vacuum cleaner? Are you sure? It could look like you were in the corner back over here.
Ow, fucking whore! Oh, I stubbed my toe on that vacuum cleaner, son of a bitch! Ouch! Oh, Jesus Christ, that hurts. fucking toe I stubbed earlier, dude. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
We're good. Oh, fuck, that's nice. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I just fucking stubbed my damn toe again. Fuck, that was the toe I stubbed earlier, too. Fuck, I gotta grab some water. We're good. Oh, fuck. No, Jeremy, he's my buddy, Rasta Jeremy. He's hanging out with me for a bit. He's having a rough patch, but, you know.
Oh, boy.
I'm helping him out with some things.
So he's basically staying at your place for free.
He needs a friend to hang with. He's having a rough patch. Very dear friend of mine that I've known for a long ass time.
Rasta Jeremy.
I'm a little short on cash. Although I don't expect any of you to help me with that. You know. Oh, man. But heck, if you want to donate, that's cool too.
Why don't you cast a circle of wealth or something? I mean, I know you casted a circle of protection on your stomach, but... God damn.
Frightening fall on the sidewalk outside his home. So I twisted and landed right over here, but my head...
Oh no! Okay, enough of that. Another King Cobra burger? Oh god. Oh god. It's disturbed reality, so why not? What is this? I'm gonna be really crazy.
Welcome back to Disturbed Reality. The Juarez Cartel is one of the oldest drug gangs in Mexico, and formerly one of the most powerful in the 1990s. Some would even say the most powerful. However, as the years have passed, they lost influence due to prominent leaders being captured or killed, as well as infighting. As a result, they lost control and territory as other gangs, such as the Gulf Cartel, Cartel de Sinaloa, Los Zetas, and eventually CJNG would fill the void over the coming years. The Juarez Cartel are still currently active, however they are a shadow of their former selves. In fact, so much so that their armed wing, La Linea, or in English, the Line, have overtaken them in regards to power, influence, and connections. Back in the 1980s, Mexico's drug trade was dominated by the Guadalajara cartel. They were the only real powerhouse in the Mexican underworld. However, things would begin to change after the murder of DEA agent Kiki Camarena. Kiki Camarena was murdered by the Guadalajara cartel on February the 9th, 1985, while he was working undercover, attempting to bring down the organization. How his cover was blown is unknown, though many speculate he may have actually been sold out by his own people, due to discovering that the CIA was working with the cartels to fund anti-communist Contras in Nicaragua. Whatever the truth is unknown. However, Camarena was tortured for hours, brutalized, before eventually being killed, with his body being dumped in the state of Michoacan. Following the discovery of his body on March the 5th, 1985, the DEA and the authorities would focus the spotlight further on the Guadalajara cartel, increasing pressure on their operations and leaders. The murder of Agent Camarena outraged the US government and put pressure on Mexico to arrest all the major players involved in the incident, resulting in a 4-year law enforcement manhunt that brought down several leaders of the Guadalajara cartel. The US applied heavy political pressure to the Mexican government throughout the investigation, going as far to close several US-Mexican port of entries for a period of several days. After the arrest of Rafa Caro Quintero and Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo in April of 1985 for the Camarena murder, Felix Gallardo, the Guadalajara cartel leader, kept a low profile and in 1987 moved with his family to the city of Guadalajara. Due to the increased pressure of the Mexican government, Felix the Godfather Gallardo then decided to divide up the trade he controlled, as it would be more efficient and less likely to be brought down in one law enforcement swoop. In a weird way, he was privatizing the Mexican drug business while sending it back underground to be run by bosses who were less well known or not known yet by the DEA. Felix Gallardo convened the nation's top drug narcos at a house in the resort city of Acapulco, where he designated the plazas or territories. Different drug lords were given a certain region where they could traffic drugs to the US, and tax smugglers that wished to move merchandise on their turf. The Tijuana route would go to his nephews, the Arellano Felix brothers. The Ciudad Juarez route would go to the Carrillo Fuentes family, headed by the nephew of Fonseca Carrillo, Amado Carrillo Fuentes. Miguel Caro Quintero would run the Sonora corridor. Control of the Matamoros or Tamaulipas corridor would be left undisputed to Juan Garcia Abrego, the then leader of the Gulf Cartel. Meanwhile, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman and Ismael Zambada Garcia would take over the Pacific Coast operations, becoming the Sinaloa cartel. Joaquin Guzman and Ismael Zambada brought veteran Hector Luis Palma Salazar back into the fold. Felix Gallardo still planned to oversee national operations. He had the contacts, so he was still the top man, but he would no longer control all details of the business. However, despite his best laid plans, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo was arrested on April the 8th, 1989, which would essentially end the Guadalajara cartel as it was structured. Following the arrest of Felix Gallardo, he essentially created a multitude of new cartels due to dividing up the plazas. With him no longer overseeing the plazas, the crews running them essentially went their own way, forming their own cartels, such as the Sinaloa cartel, the Juarez cartel, and the Tijuana cartel. The Juarez cartel, or Cartel de Juarez, also known as the Vicente Carrillo Fuentes organization, is a Mexican drug cartel based in Ciudad Juarez in Chihuahua, across the Mexico-US border from El Paso, Texas. The cartel is one of several drug trafficking organizations that have been known to decapitate their rivals, mutilate their corpses, and dump them in public places to instill fear, not only in the general public, but also into local law enforcement and their rivals, the Sinaloa cartel. Its current leader is Juan Pablo Ledesma. The Juarez cartel, much like other criminal organizations in Mexico, also set up their armed wing, known as La Linea, or in English, The Line. The reason this name stuck was due to many of the original La Linea members being police officers. In recent years, it has been speculated that La Linea are now essentially their own entity and operate independently from the Juarez cartel, though they still seem to be on good terms and work together. The Juarez cartel in itself was formed in the 1970s and were run by Pablo Acosta Villarreal, though he would eventually be killed in April of 1987 during a cross-border raid by Mexican Federal Police helicopters in the Rio Grande village of Santa Elena in Chihuahua. Rafael Aguila Gerardo took his place along with Amado Carrillo Fuentes, the nephew of Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, aka Don Neto, who was one of the main leaders in the Guadalajara cartel. Gerardo was eventually betrayed and murdered by Amado in 1993, and Amado became the leader of the Juarez cartel. The organization grew exponentially under Amado Carrillo Fuentes. More prone to negotiate than fight, Carrillo Fuentes reconstructed Felix Gallardo's old network and more. Eventually, he controlled at least half of all Mexican trafficking, and even extended his operations to Central America and into South America, including Chile and Argentina. Amado's international connections earned him the nickname the Lord of the Skies. By using commercial and parcel air traffic, the Juarez cartel moved thousands of tons of Colombian cocaine into Mexico by air, then into the United States by land. Unlike many cartels in Mexico at the time, Amado also managed to create his own distribution networks in the United States. He was a trendsetter and a trailblazer. By the mid-1990s, the Juarez cartel was arguably the biggest criminal organization in Mexico. By 1997, it seemed like there was nothing stopping the Juarez cartel. However, Amado Carrillo Fuentes died abruptly in 1997 while getting plastic surgery, leaving behind a well-structured cartel, but a massive void at the top. Amado's brother, Vicente and Rodolfo, took over, but a power struggle quickly ensued. After some infighting, the two brothers and their nephew, Vicente Carrillo Leyva, established a firm command over the cartel. By 2002, the Juarez cartel, looking to expand, developed a partnership with Cartel de Sinaloa, which was dubbed by the media as the Federation. However, as you would expect, the partnership would not last long. Rodolfo killed two of El Chapo's associates for not paying him to use the Juarez corridor. Joaquin Guzman then gathered his allies and told them simply that Rodolfo, aka El Nino de Oro, had to die. Faced with a choice, Guzman's partners, including Ismael Zambada, the Beltran Leyva brothers, and Juan Jose Esparragoza Moreno, chose him. Rodolfo was then killed with his wife as they walked out of a movie theater in September of 2004. Guzman's brother Arturo was also killed just a few months later. The war was well and truly on, and the bloodshed made Juarez one of the most dangerous places not only in Mexico but in the world. Since 2004, the war has been ongoing, but truth be told, the Sinaloa cartel have dominated them in every aspect, from manpower to financial resources and overall influence. The Juarez cartel continue to fight. However, primarily, they only operate in the state of Chihuahua, mainly in the city of Juarez. The new modus operandi in Mexico, that of using small, more sophisticated paramilitary forces to control swaths of territory, has made it hard for the Juarez cartel to compete. While its two main gangs, La Línea and the Aztecas, are formidable, they have had difficulty keeping pace with their competitors that work for the Sinaloa cartel. In recent years, the Juarez cartel has fragmented into smaller splinter factions, like La Línea, who appear to play more of a role in controlling territory formerly held by the group. Despite recent news reports about its decline, the Juarez cartel still remains a very powerful criminal organization in Mexico. Small cells carry out different types of operations, ranging from transportation and distribution of drugs. Street gangs, mostly in the north, act as the enforcement wing and are involved in human trafficking and kidnapping operations, as well as extortion. That said, the Juarez cartel, as it was once known, is a shadow of its former self. Fragmentation has dogged the group in the past few years, and it seems like the armed wings it developed for security purposes now have more sway in the border region under the...
Fuck, dude. YouTube protecting EDP 445. Ay, ay, ay. Most unnerving final images? What is this?
Do you think the last thing
Hey, look, it's Gygus. Or the Gygus fetus, I should say. Cool.
you'll ever do will
Sorry.
be? An odd question, I know. There's no way you could possibly know when it's the last time that you'll do something. For some, it could be during a very high point in life, and for some, it could be the opposite.
Yeah.
One thing's for sure, though. Everyone will have a final moment, and due to modern technology, everyone will also have a final image. All final images aren't necessarily very unnerving, though. Most are just sad, not very dark at all. However, there are definitely some that harbor some pretty distressing context. Today, I've chosen yet again to cover some of these images like I did around 11 months ago. Follow my social media link below, and I hope you enjoy this one.
Alright.
Just 52 miles northeast of Portland, Oregon in the Pacific Northwest region of the United States lies Mount St. Helens, a beautiful volcano that's been explored by people for hundreds of years, with the mountain holding some pretty serious significance to the Cowlitz and Yakama tribes in the area. It's also very tall, with its highest point being 8,363 feet or 2,549 meters. Because of its well-known nature, a lot of people have gone to the mountain to take pictures and document it for themselves, and usually this posed no real issues. However, many people probably know Mount St. Helens for much more infamous reasons than anything I've described so far.
A volcano erupted with the shattering strength of a hydrogen bomb, flattening forests like kindling and searing the life out of 100 square miles of timberland.
Here we see a photo that seems pretty hard to distinguish at first. However, with closer inspection, we can see a road, trees, and some type of giant dark cloud rising above them. This photo was taken by Robert Landsberg, and at the time 48-year-old American photographer who had come to the mountain to capture its beauty. Unfortunately, this mysterious cloud was actually molten ash caused by one of the most infamous natural disasters in U.S. history.
Mount St. Helens. For 123 years it was dormant, but today the volcano exploded with a powerful force that turned daylight to dark.
On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens would erupt, taking the lives of 57 people, destroying hundreds of homes, and even 185 miles of highway, among other things. It was initially triggered by an earthquake, and the eruption actually reduced the mountain's peak from 9,677 feet or 2,950 meters to the 8,363 feet or 2,549 meters mentioned before. Considering how close Landsberg was when he took this image, it's pretty clear that this would be his final resting place. Amazingly enough, because Landsberg knew that he wouldn't be able to survive, he chose to instead put all of his photography equipment in a backpack and lay on it in order to preserve the film for future researchers. Rest in peace to Robert Landsberg and all of the others taken by the Mount St. Helens eruption. The Stairway to Heaven is an illegal hike in Oahu, Hawaii that, according to wayfaringkiwi.com, takes exactly 3,922 steps or 2 to 5 hours to hike in completion. The reason it's illegal is due to issues over funding and cost disputes, but that hasn't stopped many people from sneaking in and performing the hike. For most, this would be a regular hiking experience, tough but fulfilling. However, for Dalen Poix, it wouldn't be the same. On February 27, 2015, Dalen would choose to take a bus and hike this infamous trail. He would take several pictures and text friends and family about his hike, and seemingly everything was going well despite the chance of him getting charged with criminal trespassing. But as time passed, Dalen was nowhere to be found. By that evening, his family officially launched a search, with many different facilities including firefighters and the US Navy using their resources to scour the area in hopes of finding him. They searched for him until March 3rd, wherein the efforts were called off. This of course didn't stop his family though. After continually checking every inch of the forest, the family began to look towards his text for further evidence of where exactly he could have ended up. This is when we stumble upon his current final photo. At first, it seems normal, but if you zoom in enough, you'll see a mysterious man crouched down in the bushes, presumably lurking in the distance behind Dalen. Many, including his family, believe that this man is likely the person who caused Dalen to disappear. As far as the news goes, this man has never come forward or been apprehended. As of now, 8 years later, Dalen has still never been found. That being said, everyone isn't so convinced that this incident involved any foul play despite that creepy final image that's been spread around for years. Reddit user DC Landry claims that as they were about 3 hours up their own trail in the same area, they heard a voice screaming for help down below them. After promptly calling 911, rescuers would later arrive to look. Because of this, they would continue up the trail when suddenly they heard another scream saying, "I'm down here." They screamed for the voice as it wasn't the same as any of the rescuers they encountered and called 911 again. Unfortunately, this person wasn't found, but it could be possible that this was Dalen. Another Reddit user also claims that the man in the background was their friend who did end up getting in contact with police and was simply passing by. It's also said that there was a pretty bad storm a couple weeks prior to his hike that caused the stairs to be even more dangerous. Regardless of how or why Dalen ended up missing, he didn't deserve to go out the way he did. If he is somehow alive, we can only hope that one day he returns home, but in the likely event that he's passed, rest in peace to Dalen Poix. November 29th, 1900. A seemingly normal day wherein the California Golden Bears and Stanford Cardinals would participate in what was known as the Big Game. That same day, a factory would open just across the street from the venue. Specifically, a factory by the San Francisco and Pacific Glassworks Company. Despite all the furnaces in the factory, only one was running as the factory was so new. Despite the fact that only one furnace was running, this furnace was filled with 14 tons of molten glass at 1650 degrees Celsius or 3002 degrees Fahrenheit. Usually this wouldn't be a problem, but like I said, this was the day of the big game. Because of that, there were a ton of people trying to get into the game, many of which couldn't afford or didn't want to pay the admission fee of $1. That might sound like nothing, but remember, this is 1900, so this is actually equivalent to about a $40 ticket now. That probably sounds a lot more reasonable. What these people did next may not sound as reasonable though. Many of them still wanted to see the game, and since obviously they couldn't just watch it on TV, they decided to go across the street to the new glass factory and climb up on the roof. This wasn't just a few people, but hundreds, as you can clearly see in this image that was taken at the time. The workers in the factory tried to warn the police as the entire peak of the roof had a ventilator which wouldn't be able to hold the weight of all those people. Unfortunately, the police completely ignored the factory workers. Eventually, just 20 minutes after kickoff, the roof collapsed. 100 people would immediately fall 4 stories to the factory floor, some fatally. Another 60 to 100 would fall directly on top of the furnace, which caused people's bodies to start boiling as the surface of the furnace itself was still 260 degrees Celsius or 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Several people also fell through pipes, causing hot oil to spray everywhere, which also ignited, burning people alive. After everything was said and done, 23 people's lives would be ended due to this disaster, all of which were male and the majority being children. Rest in peace to everyone who passed away in this disaster, and thank you to Mr. Lou Bird on Reddit for posting all of this info and the photos associated with it. Charles Hardin Buddy Holly was an extremely prominent pioneer in 1950s rock and roll who worked with figures like Elvis Presley, for example. His family was always interested in music, with Buddy playing the violin with his brothers in local talent shows. As he continued to pursue music and be inspired by many musicians including Hank Snow, Bob Willis, and Hank Williams, he would also make friends with Bob Montgomery in elementary school, who he would later make music with. After graduating high school, he would pursue music full-time and would be further inspired by seeing Elvis play live in Lubbock, Texas in 1955. Later, Buddy would open a show for Presley himself. Some of his most beloved songs over the course of his career would be That'll Be the Day, Not Fade Away, and Rave On, to name a few. But alright, why am I talking about this well-known rock musician who was even ranked 13 in the top 100 artists of all time by Rolling Stone magazine? Well, it all has to do with this picture. On February 2nd, 1959, Holly would be playing a show at the Surf Ballroom in Clear Lake, Iowa during his Winter Party dance tour. To avoid a bus ride and give them time to rest, they chose to use a Beechcraft Bonanza airplane to fly to their next venue from the Surf Ballroom. This could have been fine, however the pilot, Roger Peterson, wasn't fully qualified to fly by instruments only, which from my understanding means that he's only allowed to fly with perfect visibility, as he can't fly accurately by using the actual tools in the plane like the gyroscope. As you probably guessed, he was forced to fly in inclement weather, which isn't clear visibility at all.
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin. 3 young singers who soared to the heights of show business on the current rock and roll craze were killed today in the crash of a light plane in an Iowa snow flurry. The singers were identified as Richie Valens, 17, Buddy Holly, 22, and J.P. Richardson, known professionally as the Big Bopper. The pilot, Roger Peterson of Clear Lake, Iowa, was also killed. The 3 singers had appeared at the Surf Ballroom in Clear Lake, Iowa last night and were on their way to Fargo, North Dakota.
After 1 a.m. on February 3rd, 1959, the aircraft would crash into a cornfield 5 miles northwest of Mason City, taking the lives of everyone on board. Rest in peace to Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, J.P. Richardson, and Roger Peterson. On August 12, 2000, a submarine in the Russian Navy called the Kursk would be participating in a naval exercise in the Barents Sea. It was a massive submarine with 9 compartments that could easily hold over 100 people. This submarine in particular was said to be unsinkable as well, even being purported to be able to take a direct hit from a torpedo. The submarine was supposed to be conducting a training exercise in which it launched 2 dummy torpedoes at a battle cruiser. At 11:29, the crew loaded the first torpedo, and right after, seismic detectors would notice an event at a level of a 1.5 on the Richter scale, an explosion. At first, nothing was thought of it, as others in the area assumed it was just a part of the exercise. One crew did report it, but was ignored. However, just 2 minutes and 14 seconds later, a second event would occur that was 250 times larger, at a 4.2 on the Richter scale. The explosion was so large that it was equivalent to 2 to 3 tons of TNT. Based on seismic data, the first explosion managed to sink the submarine down 354 feet or 108 meters to the sea floor before the second one occurred, showing just how powerful even the initial explosion would have been to those inside. Initial rescue efforts were unsuccessful, with the Kursk not even being discovered until the 14th. The event was initially downplayed by the Navy, with some even saying that the exercise had actually gone well and been a success, and others saying there were simply minor technical difficulties on the Kursk. The weather also didn't help, causing the rescue crews to be unable to perform nearly as well for 2 days. There were also several failed attempts to attach a diving bell to the sub and a rescue vessel onto an escape hatch. Even other countries had attempted to get involved and help, but all of their services were refused until 5 days after the incident, when help would finally be accepted from the British and Norwegian governments. It would take until August 21st, 9 days after the incident, for them to officially declare the entire crew of 118 people deceased. As tragic as this whole thing is, you're probably wondering what the crew on the ship actually went through, especially because of the fact that nobody lived to tell the tale. The first explosion was caused by a torpedo malfunction, but due to the structural integrity of the Kursk, the sub only got damaged and caught fire in certain areas, but didn't actually get punctured at all. This caused people to go into safety protocols, sealing pressurized doors on the outside of their individual sections in order to prevent any flooding. As they tried to direct the sub to the surface, The fire would catch other torpedoes and cause the second much larger explosion, taking the lives of everyone in the front half. At this point, only 23 people were able to survive, one of those being a man named Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov, who was given orders to serve on the Kursk, a job that he was very proud of. During the period that they were attempting to survive, Dmitry would write 2 letters chronicling what was going on. The first letter talks about himself and the 22 other survivors moving into the 9th section of the submarine to survive, and that they couldn't get to the surface. After this, the power would shut out, causing the temperature to drop in the ship, while water also began to pool in. At this time, Dmitry decided to write another letter in the dark, pictured here. It reads, "Dear Olga, I love you, don't be too upset. Say hi from me to initials and to all mine. It's dark here to write, but I'll try by feel. It seems like there are no chances, 10 to 20%. Let's hope at least someone will read this. Here's the list of personnel from the other sections who are now in the 9th and will attempt to get out. Regards to everybody, no need to despair, Kolesnikov." Not long after this, Kolesnikov and the rest of the remaining 22 would pass away. Rest in peace to all 118 people involved in the Kursk submarine incident. On August 12, 1985, Tokyo Flight 123 would take off at 6:12 p.m. Just 12 minutes later, the airplane would experience rapid decompression, severing all 4 hydraulic lines, unsealing and ultimately losing the vertical stabilizer and damaging other parts of the plane. All maneuvers attempted by the pilots basically produced no response. As the plane eventually degraded into a complete loss of control, the pilots continued to do their best to fight it for over 30 minutes, which is an insanely difficult task. Eventually, at around 6:56 p.m., the aircraft would finally crash, hitting several different locations and flipping over before finally stopping in a state forest in the Gunma prefecture. Despite being notified of the crash around 20 minutes after impact, the nearby Yokota Air Base was never called to help by the Japanese government, even though they had a helicopter to fly. Another helicopter would see the wreckage after nightfall, and it wouldn't be until the next morning that rescue teams would finally check the damage. Out of the 524 people on board, only 4 would survive. One of the survivors, named Yumi Ochiai, said that there were other survivors making noise, but overnight that died down. Had rescue efforts not been delayed, it's possible that there could have been even more survivors. During the investigation of the wreckage, though, there was something else that was found. This image, which shows people presumably putting on their oxygen masks as the plane was decompressing. Rest in peace to all of the lives lost on Flight 123. This next one is completely credited to Pixels After Dark, who just happened to upload a video on this subject as I was working on this script, which made me want to cover it. Check his video out after you watch this one, as he covers the case in much more detail, and it's a very well made video. That being said, the Appalachian Trail is an over 2,190 mile or 3,524 kilometer trail that runs from Georgia all the way to Maine. This daunting and extremely popular trail hosts thousands upon thousands of hikers each year, with over 20,000 completions of the trail having been recorded since 1936. Due to its popularity, 66-year-old Jerry Largay will begin to hike the trail with her husband and her friend Jane Lee on April 13, 2013. Her husband will provide supplies to the other two, with her friend accompanying her on the hike itself. They cleared over 1,000 miles or 1,609 kilometers of the trail over the course of a few months, and everything was seeming great. Unfortunately, Jane had to abandon the trip due to a family emergency, and after some thinking, Jerry decided to continue the trip with her husband meeting her more often along the way. Other hikers would help her along the way, with a photo eventually being taken of Jerry as a show of how far they'd gotten. This photo would end up infamous, however. As Jerry was traveling down the trail towards the Route 27 crossing, she suddenly went missing. Over 1,200 people a year are reported missing on the trail, but only 200 have actually been recorded as deceased in nearly 90 years. Most are actually found within the first day or two. With Jerry, though, this wasn't the case at all. As rescue teams continued to comb the area day by day, she would remain unfound. Eventually, the search parties were called off, but authorities continued to investigate the disappearance, with foul play being suspected as she was a very experienced hiker. Theories would pervade the online landscape about the situation over the next 2 years until October 14, 2015. A contractor had to perform a mandatory forestry survey on Navy land and found an abandoned campsite with personal items, a tent, and inside, a sleeping bag that still felt occupied. He took out the bag, finding the skull of Jerry poking out of it. Weirdly enough, the tent and items were right in the perimeter of the search party, even being reported to be only 100 feet away from them at some point. This seemed suspicious at first, but on Jerry's phone we see the true cause of what happened. At first, she sent a series of texts to her husband stating that she had gotten lost after going off of the trail to go to the bathroom. Unfortunately, there was no service, so the text didn't send through. She would also send another the next day, telling her husband she had gotten even more off track and to call the police for help. Her friend Jane that began the hike with her said that she could get disoriented at times due to the strain of the hike, which likely means that after she left to go to the bathroom, she got mixed up and accidentally walked deeper into the woods. She also left several journal notes about her survival, detailing her struggles and places that she attempted to travel to. Eventually, these notes would be towards her family and loved ones, with her final note telling whoever finds her body to immediately tell her husband and daughter so that they might get closure. An extremely unfortunate event that should have never happened. Rest in peace to Jerry Largay.
There are over 12 trillion photos taken throughout history. A lot of them are normal, such as selfies and Skype photos, but sometimes people take very disturbing photos. Sometimes it's accidental, but a lot of the time these scary photos are planned out, and some even become popular creepypastas, such as the Russian sleep experiment monster, which is actually a spirit Halloween decoration. So in today's video we will be answering the question, where did these images come from? Welcome back to another video, and today we will be talking about where did these images come from part 3. I don't know if I will make a part 4, I don't think this will be the finale, but the thing is, when it comes to the most popular and iconic horror photos, I pretty much covered all of them already, so I don't know if there will be a part 4, but who knows. And if you're ever in need for some fire clothing, make sure to go check out earldoesn'texist.com using my link in the description below for some fire photos. There are 2 photos associated with the Russian sleep experiment. One photo that shows 4 men in gas masks, and one photo of a victim who was in the experiments. The Russian sleep experiment has to be one of the biggest creepypastas of all time, just because many people believe that this story is true, but it is actually fake. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I just found out that the Russian sleep experiments were fake. This creepypasta gained massive popularity due to its highly believable storyline, which convinced a large audience of its plausibility, unlike more well-known mainstream creepypastas like Jeff the Killer or Smile Dog, which are clearly fictional. The Russian sleep experiment's narrative appears more realistic, which heightened the credibility, and that's what makes it stand out from the other creepypastas. The story takes place in 1947 at a secret Soviet testing facility. In an experiment, 5 prisoners are exposed to a gas to keep them awake for 30 days, where they became increasingly disturbed, with one even mutilating himself and others, leading to horrific acts of self-mutilation, cannibalism, and violence. The subjects gain superhuman abilities, but eventually succumb to death of madness. When researchers try to stop the experiment, chaos ensues, and it is revealed that the subjects represent an inherent evil within the human mind. This is only a brief summary, as the full story is extremely long. But where did these Russian sleep experiment photos come from? Well, let's start off with the 4 men in gas masks. I decided to copy paste the photo into TinEye, which is a more accurate reverse.
Top 15 most evil people the FBI want you to forget about.
Throughout history, some people have been considered so evil that the FBI probably would have been happier to keep them and the details of their crimes away from the public. Here are 15 of those criminals. Number 1. Jamie Osuna. Jamie Osuna, also known as the Man with 1,000 Faces, referring to the tattoos including Joker's smile and a pentagram covering his face, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the 2011 killing of 37-year-old mother of 6, Yvette Pena, in the
Yvette Pena's body was found November 13, 2011 by an employee at the motel, and Osuna was arrested by police several days later. March 2017, Jamie Osuna escaped the death penalty for the torture and murder of the Bakersfield mother of 6. He admitted guilt and accepted a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He is facing the death penalty but reached a plea deal with the prosecutors. What? How? He murdered Yvette Penna, a 37-year-old Bakersfield mother of 6, at El Morocco Hotel. Prosecutors found Yvette's body. They said she had suffered truly horrific injuries. Investigators said that she had been gagged and she was found with stabbing instruments protruding from her back. Coroner's officials ruled Penna died of blunt force injuries, sharp force injuries, and asphyxia. Penna was a mother of 6 as 2017. The children's ages range between 6 to 25 years old.
El Morocco Motel hotel room in Bakersfield, California. That hotel was said to be in a bad neighborhood and known for illicit activities going on inside of it. Pena is said to have fallen on hard times and was living at the hotel. Although he denied it for 6 years, he eventually confessed that he was, in fact, the one who was guilty of murdering her in 2017 in an interview with a female reporter named Olivia Lavois. As the footage was rolling, he said, "I did sadistically, premeditatively, deliberately torture and kill her." When asked why, he said, "Just I seen an opportunity. I didn't know her. I met her. I was introduced to her. I met her like one time and I came back the next night and I seen an opportunity." He also boasted that he killed Pena the way he did so that he could have lasting memories of the ordeal. On March 28, 2017, Osuna pled guilty to killing Pena and was spared the death penalty for having done so. Osuna openly mocked members of Pena's family at hearings by smiling and waving at them. And Osuna's crime spree did not just stop because he was incarcerated. While in Corcoran State Prison, he was charged multiple times for assaulting guards by throwing various bodily fluids at them. Then on March 9, 2019, after almost 2 years without having a cellmate, a man named Luis Romero, aged 44, was found dead in his cell. "Ha ha ha" was written on the walls, along with "The Man with 1,000 Faces." Despite assumptions, Osuna's mother said he didn't come out of the womb, an evil killer, or whatever they're saying. He was a normal, loving kid.
He didn't come out of the womb, an evil killer or whatever they're saying. He was a normal, loving kid.
Osuna was diagnosed with unspecified schizophrenia spectrum, antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder, likely due to his rough childhood, by psychiatrists. Number 2, Dale Hausner and Samuel Dietman. Dale Hausner and Samuel Dietman, a serial crime duo, both in their early 30s, committed their crimes for almost 15 months, from May 2005 to August 2006 in Arizona. The two, typically under the influence of methamphetamine, would randomly set objects on fire and drive around, target, and shoot at pedestrians and animals, mainly dogs and horses, that they came across. Their crime spree ended when a series of tips helped connect Hausner and Dietman to their crimes. In fact, so many people were calling in tips that Paul Penzone, who ran the Phoenix Police Department's silent witness at the time, said that he had to triple the amount of his staff due to handle the number of calls coming in. Make no mistake about it, there is evil in the world. He, Hausner, represented evil, Penzone said. The community was living in fear. There was not a waking moment that you didn't feel the intensity you could have cut with a knife, he added, referring to the time when Hausner and Dietman were committing their crimes. One person was reported as a friend of Dietman, named Ron Horton, who said that he had confessed to some of the killings after drinking. At Hausner's trial, he was found guilty for over 80 felonies charged against him in a single trial. He was sentenced to death 6 times. He killed himself before he could be executed. Dietman was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility was parole. It is believed that the pair killed 8 and shot 29 people. Interestingly, weeks before his capture, Hausner interviewed Mike Tyson as the boxing photojournalist for Ring Sports and NightNews.com. Number 3, Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. Another pair of crime-committing buddies were Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. Ng, who was born in Hong Kong but moved to the United States from Canada on student visa, met Lake in 1981 through a survivalist magazine advertisement he placed. Both men were discharged from the Marine Corps, but for various different reasons.
Hello there.
Lake
How are you doing?
was diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder, and he was medically discharged in 1971 after having a delusional breakdown while in Vietnam. Ng, on the other hand, was arrested by military for stealing weapons. He faced being court-martialed, but he somehow managed to escape. That's when he met Lake. However, he was not dishonorably discharged until 1984 after serving 18 months in the military stockade at the U.S. Dispensary Barracks, but we'll come back to that. After meeting in 1980, it became apparent that they were two peas in a pod, and Lake invited Ng to share a cabin near Wileysville, California, that belonged to the family of Lake's ex-wife named Clairlyn Ballas. Next to the cabin, Lake built what he called a dungeon. Over the next year, Lake and Ng worked together to commit heinous crimes against males and females of all ages. In 1982, federal authorities raided the mobile home that Ng and Lake shared in Ukiah. They seized a large stash of weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond, but he jumped bail and hid out at the cabin in Wileysville. Ng was returned to the Marines' custody. That's when he served his time for the theft before being discharged in 1984. When both men were out of custody again, their crimes continued, and they likely would have continued if it wasn't for Ng's kleptomania. On June 2, 1985, he was arrested for stealing a $75 vice from a lumber store in San Francisco and then fleeing the scene when an employee tried to approach him about the stolen item. Lake was with him at the time, but he was found in the car. He told the police that the whole thing was a misunderstanding and that he had paid for the vice. Both men were brought into questioning, but Lake sneakily swallowed a cyanide pill and died before a case could be brought against him. Ng still remains on death row to this day. Together they are believed to have killed between 11 to 25 people. Number 4. William Bonin. William Bonin was also known as the Freeway Killer or Freeway Strangler because most of his victims were found dumped along a highway. Between May 1979 and June 1980, Bonin, sometimes with accomplices, killed 21 young men and boys in Southern California. Bonin was said to have had a rough upbringing. He was arrested in 1957 for stealing the tags, and he was reportedly SA'd by an adult counselor in the juvenile detention center he was in. As he continued to grow up, his attraction to boys only grew. But at the urgence of his mother, who did not accept his homosexuality, he got engaged to a woman named Linda. But at the age of 21, he returned home after being honorably discharged from the military after serving for 2 years to discover that his fiancée, who had since birthed their son, took off to marry another man. From there, his life continued to spiral. He began kidnapping and raping young boys in his car. His first victim is said to have been 14 years old in November 1968. At least one of the boys told his parents about what Bonin had done, and his mother called authorities to make a report. By January 1969, extensive reports were being made by local police to locate a man matching Bonin's description. And on January 28, 1969, an El Segundo officer stopped his vehicle. There was a 16-year-old with him in the car. He was arrested and charged on several charges regarding his inappropriate behavior, and he remained in custody on June 11, 1974. But his crimes would only continue and intensify upon his release. In
They released him?
1975,
What?
he was arrested
Why?
again and pleaded guilty to 2 more allegations of inappropriate behavior with a minor. During this second arrest, he told cops next time there won't be any witnesses. He was released on November 1st, 1978,
Of course, and he was released.
and you guessed it, his criminal behavior was not curbed by the most recent stint in prison. From then on out, as he warned the police, he began killing his victims. He was eventually caught after killing a minimum of 21 boys and possibly 15 others that did not have enough evidence to prove Bonin's responsibility. For his crimes, he was punished to death, a sentence that was carried out via lethal injection on February 23, 1996, when he was 49 years old. He was the first person in California to be put to death that way. Number 5.
And it took
Israel
them this
Keyes.
long to
Like
do that
Husner
shit?
and Diatamin, Israel Keyes would kill at random. In fact, Keyes had what he deemed as kill kits hidden all throughout the United States in case the opportunity for him to kill arose. His crimes were committed between 2001 and 2012. He has successfully linked to 3 murders, but is suspected of committing more than 11 others. Similar to many other serial killers, Keyes started out by killing animals. When he wasn't being required to do so for providing sustenance to his family, at least on one occasion, he skinned an animal alive in front of other churchgoers. It is believed that Keyes killed his first victims between 1996 and 1997 around Colville. As he grew into an adult, he would commit several SAs and enroll in the military, when he was honorably discharged after a few years of service. He did not admit to killing during this time in the Army, but he did admit to raping 2 women. After his discharge, he moved to Washington and later Alaska, where he started a construction business. He has also owned property in New York. He admitted to committing 4 murders in Washington, 1 while in New York and 1 in Alaska. In addition, he is the suspect of a series of 2017 crimes committed by the Boca Killer near Boca Raton, Florida. He was caught by authorities after demanding ransom after killing one of his victims, and the police were able to track withdrawals he made from his account as he moved around the country. Keyes was eventually arrested in Texas on March 13, 2012. He was later extradited to Alaska. Before his trial, Keyes told investigators that he wanted to be executed within a year. However, he would ultimately kill himself on December 2, 2012 in his cell. He left behind drawings of 11 skulls, which many believe represented his 11 victims, and a pentagram. His death left many questions unanswered and cases unclosed. Number 6, Robert Hansen. The next serial killer also has ties to Alaska. Robert Hansen, aka the Butcher Baker, had a minimum of 21 victims, many other cold cases that are suspected to be linked to him. Like many others on this list, Hansen was said to have a hard childhood. Namely, he was said to be shy, had bad acne, and stutter. For the cruel treatment he suffered growing up, Hansen wanted revenge. He seemed to distance himself from his old life as he grew into adulthood. He would leave his hometown state of Iowa, join the military, and eventually open a bakery in Anchorage, Alaska. Although he appeared to be just a simple, humble baker, Hansen clearly had a darker side that he concealed from members of his community. Throughout the 70s and early 80s, Hansen would prey on sex workers and dancers. He would bring his victims to his cabin and set them loose in the dense Alaskan wilderness. Then, after giving them some time to run and hide, he'd hunt them like they were animals. Fortunately for one of his victims, she was able to get away. She was found running frantically down the street, handcuffed and barefoot. She was picked up and safely returned home. She went to the police and told them that she escaped while Hansen was preparing the plane he was planning to load her into and fly to his cabin. She provided a description of him, mentioned his stutter, and identified his plane. Although Hansen fit what she said perfectly, police were still hesitant to bring him in, as he was considered a beloved member of the community. When approached by the police, Hansen said that he did know her, but
They were hesitant because he was a pleasant member of the community. Fuck that, dude. That is such a stupid-ass reason.
she was setting him up because she didn't want to pay the large fee she charged for her services. A friend of his backed this up, and he was released. However, as more women started to disappear, the FBI got involved. Eventually, a profile of the killer was developed, which, of course, Hansen fit to the T. They said he was an avid hunter, had low self-esteem, and a stutter with a history of being rejected by women. After obtaining search warrants, Hansen's home, plane, and car were searched. Of note, they found a map marked with 24 tiny X's, some of which matched the locations where bodies were found. They also discovered jewelry, which were said to be the souvenirs that he kept from the victims. In 1984, Hansen confessed to killing 17 women. He was sentenced to 461 years plus life without the possibility of parole. He died while in custody in 2014. Number 7. Tex Watson. Charles Tex Watson was a central member of the Manson family led by Charles Manson. He, along with 2 female cult members, killed the pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others on August 9, 1969 in Los Angeles. The next night, Watson, this time with 6 other members of the cult, traveled to the Los Feliz neighborhood and killed Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. In October 1969, Watson reportedly knew that the cops were after him, and he fled to Texas, his home state. However, on November 30th, 1969, he was arrested. He was eventually extradited to California, after which he is said to refuse talking and eating. As a result, he lost 55 pounds and began regressing to a catatonic state. He was admitted to a hospital for 90 days but was found competent to stand trial after that. Following his trial in 1971, Watson was convicted of killing 7 people: Tate, her unborn child, the 4 others in her home, and the LaBiancas. He was also convicted of 1 count of conspiracy to murder. He was sentenced to death, but after the passing of People v. Anderson, all Californian death sentences imposed prior to 1972 were invalidated. Number 8. Sean Great. Again, like so many on this list, killer Sean Great was said to have a troubled childhood. His mother left the family when he was 11, and he was said to be depressed as a teenager. In total, Great killed a minimum of 5 people, including 2 of his ex-girlfriends and 3 other women in Ohio between 2006 and 2016. As to his 2 ex-girlfriends, Great wrote a letter to a news station claiming the motives for the crimes were the government assistance that took his victims' minds. Great was arrested on September 13, 2016. He entered a plea of not guilty, but later pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. However, after psychological assessments, it was determined that he was sane. The story is a little confusing from there, but Great was found guilty or pleaded guilty to his crimes, and he was sentenced to death. As of now, his execution is scheduled for March 19, 2025. The method of his execution is still undetermined, as lethal injection isn't used in the state anymore, but the law does not currently allow for any other method to be used. Number 9. The Doodler. Between 1974 to 1975, this unidentified serial killer is thought to have killed between 6 to 16 people. 3 people were lucky enough to live. He was given the nickname of the Doodler, aka the Black Doodler, because he would draw his victims before killing them. It is said that he would target homosexual men. He was also said to be a black man between 19 and 25 years old, 6 feet tall, and with a slender build. Police questioned a man as a murder suspect in the case, but the 3 surviving victims did not want to out themselves by participating in court proceedings. The man never admitted to the killings, but police thought it was highly likely that he was the one responsible. To date, no one has been apprehended or named publicly. Number 10. The River City Ripper. Another unidentified killer, but this one committed crimes much more recently than the Doodler. The River City Ripper killed 3 people and wounded another between 2020 and 2021 in Little Rock, Arkansas. According to the surviving victim, he appeared to be young, black, slenderly built, and over 6 feet tall. His last known killing was in April 2021. All of his victims were strangers and walking alone between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. It is believed that the perpetrator of the kidnappings is still roaming the streets to this day. Number 11. Gary Ridgway. Here's yet another killer with the word river in his epithet. However, this one, unlike the previous, had been apprehended and punished for his crimes. You can't tell by looking at the former bedwetting, low IQ having man who, as of his trial, was middle-aged and mustachioed. But Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, is actually the country's 2nd most prolific serial killer. Ridgway confessed to killing 71 people from 1982 to 1998. Although he wasn't apprehended until 2001, which is the year some people believe he stopped killing. Of those, he was only convicted of committing 49. It's speculated that he may have actually killed up to 90 people or more. Most of his victims were teenage girls and women in the state of Washington. He was given his nickname based on the river in which his first 5 victims were found, the Green River. He was finally arrested on November 30th, 2001 outside of the truck factory he worked at after DNA linked him to the murder of 4 individuals. He escaped death by signing a plea deal and agreeing to disclose the location of some of the bodies that were still missing. He instead was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Ridgway may be remembered most, besides for his crimes of course, for the confession he made to psychologists about his sexual attraction to his mother and his fantasies about killing her. He is currently 73 years old. Number 12. Jeffrey Dahmer. No list of prolific serial killers is complete without the infamous Jeffrey Dahmer. Dahmer plagued the streets of Milwaukee, Wisconsin between 1978 to 1991. During that time, he is said to have killed 17 men and boys. However, he was only convicted of 15 killings out of 16 that occurred in Washington. The treatment he received as a child is hotly contested. Some say that he was neglected, while others say that he was doted on by both parents. But whatever way he was treated, he recalled feeling uneasy with the solidity of his family, as his parents argued a lot. He also became obsessed with animals as a child, a typical trait amongst future killers. Turns out he was right to question the strength of his parents' relationship. They divorced in 1978, coincidentally the same year in which Dahmer committed his first murder. He had just graduated high school 3 weeks before the incident. At the urge of his father, Dahmer joined the army, but his penchant for drinking alcohol deemed him unsuitable for his service. He was discharged in 1981. Dahmer's murder streak resumed during his late 20s and early 30s. Most of his targets were black, but he seemed to also go after men who were indigenous, Asian, or Latino. He initially came in contact with most of his victims in or around gay bars. Throughout that time, Dahmer was known to rent out rooms in hotels or bring men back to his grandma's house. However, after she kicked him out, he rented a 1-bedroom apartment. But 2 days after the move-in, he was arrested for having inappropriate relations with a minor. He pleaded guilty to those related charges, but he was released from custody. So the murders continued. By May 14, 1990, Dahmer moved out of his grandma's house and into an apartment again. Within 1 week of moving, he killed his 6th victim. Dahmer was eventually apprehended on July 22, 1991. One of his victims had managed to get away from his apartment and was able to flag a police officer down. Officers accompanied him back to the apartment where they eventually find evidence of the horror Dahmer had inflicted. On July 25, 1991, he was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. By August, he was charged with 11 additional killings. Questions about Dahmer's sanity were raised and argued during the proceedings, but it was ultimately decided that he could stand trial. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he could not live out that much time. On November 28, 1994, he was killed by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, in prison. Number 13, the Alphabet Killer, New York. The Alphabet Killer was named as such because all his victims had first and last names that began with the same letter: Carmen Colon, Wanda Walkowitz, and Michelle Mazzina. Aside from the commonality, the 3 victims were all female children between 10 and 11, considered to be on the short side of their age, and were found in Rochester, New York. Their murders took place between November 16, 1971 and November 26, 1973. The only evidence of who the Alphabet Killer might be is a composite drawing of a man seen in one of the victims, Mazzina, prior to her death, that was created and distributed. The murders of the 3 children sparked national public outrage. There have been many people that authorities have suspected to be guilty of the killings, but no one, except for the man himself, knows who he is. Number 14, West Mesa Bone Collector. This killer is thought to be one person acting alone or several people connected to a group of some kind. Whatever or whoever is responsible, the remains of 11 women were found in 2009 in the desert of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The killings were committed between 2001 and 2005. The victims were between 15 and 32 years old, and most were Latina. Several of them were also involved in sex work and drugs. No official suspects have ever been named in connection with the murders.
Jesus.
Number 15, the Zodiac Killer. When talking about unidentified serial killers, it would be foolish to leave out probably the most infamous one in recent history. Like Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac Killer sent cryptic messages and other items surrounding the murders he committed to the police. The Zodiac claimed to have killed 37, of which 5 had been confirmed. Superstars and celebrities are always in the limelight. We get to see their best moments captured by the camera lens and through our screens all the time. However, sometimes cameras manage to seize their most vulnerable, raw, and hauntingly fragile moments to the point that the world sees them slipping into the embrace of death. Here are the top 10 dark last recordings of celebrities. Paul Walker. Paul Walker posted on Twitter on November 28, 2013 to wish his followers a happy Thanksgiving. That year, the Fast and the Furious actor had plenty to be thankful for. He was beginning to make his own movies, and the 6th entry of his beloved film series had shattered box office records. But Paul Walker passed away suddenly 2 days later. Walker was well known for his charitable work, had spent November 30th, 2013 at a toy drive for his disaster relief organization Reach Out Worldwide, which was established in the wake of the 2010 Haiti earthquake. Just before 3:30 p.m., Walker left merrily, never to be seen alive again. Paul Walker, 40, shared a passion for fast cars with Brian O'Connor, the character he played in Fast and Furious. In fact, Walker and his friend Roger Rodas, a high-performance car shop in Santa Clarita, California, hosted the charity event that Walker and Rodas organized the event to aid the Filipino survivors of Typhoon Haiyan. Rodas drove the 2005 Porsche Carrera GT, and Walker sat in the passenger seat as the two left the event. Only a few hundred yards from the shop, Rodas lost control of the notorious difficult-to-handle car. The Porsche struck a curb, a tree, a light post, and then another tree as it was moving at about 100 miles per hour before catching fire. Everyone at the charity event, including Rodas's young son, came running right after hearing the explosion. According to Walker's friend Antonio Holmes, it was one of the most horrifying crash scenes in Hollywood history. It was consumed by flames, he asserted. There was nothing. They were trapped. Employees and shop friends, we tried. We used up all the fire extinguishers, said Antonio. Walker passed away from the combined effects of thermal and traumatic injuries, whereas the driver, Rodas, passed away from numerous traumatic wounds. Alcohol and drug use were not found in either man. The Los Angeles coroner's investigator, Christy McCracken, described how the car was traveling in an easterly direction at an unsafe speed. For an unknown reason, the driver lost control of the car, which then partially spun around and started moving southeasterly. According to the report, the vehicle then hit a sidewalk before hitting a light post and a tree on the driver's side. The car spun 180 degrees due to the force of these collisions and kept moving eastward. The vehicle then crashed into a tree on the passenger side, caught fire, and burst into flames. Coincidentally, a CCTV camera installed high above the ground at a distance caught it in all of the footage. The footage shows a car taking a left turn onto another road, and after driving only a little further, it can be seen bursting into flames and dark smoke rising above the trees. A black car follows their path frantically as the explosion is heard. It was indeed one of the most tragic accidents involving a Hollywood star. John Lennon. It was December 8, 1980 at 4 p.m. and a pleasant day in New York. Without raising a single suspicion, John Lennon took a moment as he left his Central Park West home to sign a record album for Mark David Chapman, a 25-year-old former security guard. Paul Goresh, one of the die-hard Beatle fans frequently spotted loitering outside the Dakota building, captured the moment on camera. John Lennon, his wife Yoko Ono, and their 5-year-old son Sean resided on the 7th floor of that building. Late that night, Chapman was waiting in the shadows with a stubby .38 handgun when the former Beatle arrived home. As Lennon and Ono reached the entrance of the building, Chapman shot 5 hollow-point bullets. 4 of the bullets pierced Lennon in the back. Even now, the horror of John Lennon's brutal murder persists. The locations and activities of millions of people when they first heard the news are still vivid in their memories. For his own safety, it's unlikely that Mark David Chapman, who is currently serving a 20-year-to-life sentence at the Wendy Correctional Facility in New York, will ever be granted parole. Many people recognize Goresh's blurry photo of Lennon signing an album for Chapman because it has been reprinted all over the world numerous times. This final picture depicts the terrible irony of the situation, a pop star showing kindness to his soon-to-be killer. It was going to be sold along with other 4 photos in May of 2020 at a posthumous auction for Goresh's collection of memorabilia, with a pre-sale estimate of $500,000 or more. The first few photographs showed John Lennon emerging from the Dakota building. He signed Chapman's album after that. Lennon then turned to face Chapman while holding a pen for autographs and set of cassette tapes in each hand. Then, just as Goresh's flash stopped working, he turned to face the camera, creating a ghostly image. At last, he arrived at the vehicle that carried him to the recording studio. The tragic irony is that Lennon was optimistic about the future as any chronically unsatisfied genius could be when he was shot and killed at the age of 40, having just resumed songwriting and record production after a 5-year retirement. It had been almost 10 years since he had moved to New York from Britain. He was sick of being tied to his happy Beatle persona, even after the band disbanded, and he was outraged by the abuse that fans and the media had hurled at Yoko. Before being taken into custody by the police, Chapman stayed at the scene and continued to read The Catcher in the Rye. At 11:15 p.m., Lennon was transported in a police car to Roosevelt Hospital, where doctors declared him dead. Crowds gathered in front of the Dakota and at the Roosevelt Hospital, and at least 3 Beatles fans committed suicide due to their subsequent global outpouring of grief. Lennon was cremated the following day and inherited the Ferncliff Cemetery in Hartsdale, New York. Later, Chapman admitted to killing Lennon. Michael Jackson. Just 2 days before his passing, Michael Jackson gave his final stage performance, which was captured on camera. The star performs flawless routines with a large group of backup dancers. Michael Jackson was in a fiery mood as he took the stage at the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The Man in the Mirror star was practicing for his 50-concert London residency. This Is It, which was set to begin at the O2 Arena in just 20 days. However, 50-year-old Michael Jackson didn't live to see the UK event through. On June 25, 2009, just 2 days later, the celebrity was discovered dead in his Holmby Hills, Los Angeles residence. Michael took the stage with 8 backup dancers and performed They Don't Care About Us from the singer's 1995 His Story album in a lively and note-perfect performance. The performer was at the top of his game, displaying his renowned dynamic dance moves, the wide vocal range, and commanding the stage in a way that only the king of pop could. But the footage ends heartbreakingly. The star closes his eyes, turns his face upward, and smiles softly as the 1-minute and 53-second rehearsal comes to an end, bringing a powerfully emotional conclusion to the last known footage of him. Michael Jackson's vocal director for that tour, Dorian Hawley, provided an insight into the star's activities in the days leading up to his passing by claiming that Michael had been in awe of the magnificent sets that had been built. Dorian Hawley, who had been working with Michael Jackson since 1987, remarked that there was something distinctive about the performer during rehearsals in the days preceding his passing. Even after years of collaboration with Michael Jackson, Dorian was still in wonderment about his vocal and physical prowess. At the time of his passing, there were conflicting reports regarding Michael Jackson's last words. Michael made 2 statements close to the end of his life, according to his doctor Conrad Murray, who was later found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for his part in the singer's death. Michael had been receiving medication from Conrad before his death, and acute propofol and benzodiazepine intoxication were determined to be the cause of death. Conrad claims that the singer gave propofol the nickname Milk, which is why many reports claimed that his last words were a request for milk. Conrad stated that the singer specifically asked, as quoted by the LA Times, "I'd like to have some milk. I know that this is the only thing that really helps me sleep, so please, please give me some milk." Propofol is an anesthetic, nicknamed as such because of its opaque, milky appearance. Conrad was reportedly concerned about this because of Michael's hectic rehearsal schedule. In response, Michael said, "Just make me sleep. Doesn't matter what time I get up. I can't function if I don't sleep. They'll have to cancel it. I don't want them to cancel it, but they will have to cancel it." According to Dr. Conrad, who was the last person to see the pop star before he was rushed to the hospital, these were his final words. His license to practice medicine and give out potent sedatives was suspended during the trial and has remained suspended. His ex-wife, Lisa Marie Presley, revealed Michael's last words to her, highlighting his precarious mental state at the time. The year after Michael's passing, she said in an interview with Oprah Winfrey, "It was a very long conversation. I was so removed, and he could hear it and feel it." James Dean. On September 30th, 1955, near Colomia, California, an automobile accident claimed the life of Hollywood actor James Dean, aged 24. At the intersection of California State Route 46, formerly known as U.S. Route 466, and California State Route 41, where he had previously competed in a number of auto racing competitions and where he was en route to a sports car racing competition, he was involved in a car accident. There will never be another actor with the late James Dean's bad boy appeal or natural talent. The 1950s star, who was recognized by Time magazine as the most promising young cinema actor of 1955, had become a recognized heartthrob as a result of his performance in Rebel Without a Cause. On September 30th, 1955, a fatal head-on collision involving Dean's Porsche 550 Spyder on a California highway ended his flourishing career at the age of 24. Along with his friend, mechanic, and photographer, the actor was traveling down Route 466 in his well-known red car with the intention of attending a weekend sports car race. Then a Ford Tudor came barreling down the road on the wrong side. Dean tried to sidestep the Tudor, but his car collided head-on with the other. He took his final breath in his friend's arms as he passed away then and there. He reportedly said, "That guy's got to stop. He'll see us," as his final words. Donald Turnipseed, the Ford's driver, miraculously escaped the collision with only minor wounds. Like most famous people who pass away young, Dean's legend only grew after his departure. And a final eerie photo of Dean taken in the hours preceding his fatal 1955 collision quickly rose to fame as one of the most well-known celebrity photos of the 20th century. One of the last known images of the deceased actor portrays him in good health. At a gas station in Sherman Oaks, California, Dean was seen in the picture filling up his Porsche, which he dubbed Little Bastard. After filling up, Dean got back in his car and sped off to the location where he embraced death. Blackwell's Corner General Store, the gas station, now honors Dean with a massive cutout of his face at the entrance. Strangely, Dean's death was shrouded in legend and mystery. Before his tragic passing, Dean made a PSA for safe driving, telling viewers to take it easy, the life you might save might be mine. His beloved Porsche was often referred to as cursed by many. In his 1985 autobiography, Blessings in Disguise, the late actor Sir Alec Guinness claims that he warned Dean about the car. Marilyn Monroe. Following a visit from her psychiatrist, Dr. Ralph R. Greenson, on the evening of August 4, 1962, Marilyn retired to her room around 8 p.m. while carrying her hallway telephone extension and perhaps a bottle of medication. Since there were no wireless phones at the time, Marilyn had to lug the phone and its lengthy extension cord down the hallway into her bedroom. That evening, she made several phone calls, one of which was to Peter Lawford, who had introduced her to the Kennedys. Lawford became disturbed when he received this call because it sounded like a final goodbye to him. Instead of paying a personal visit, Lawford claimed that he contacted Monroe's agent, who then called Marilyn's house. At around 9:30 p.m., Marilyn's housekeeper, Eunice, answered the phone. She saw the phone cord trailing into Marilyn's room and quickly assumed she was okay. Nobody knows how many calls Marilyn made that night or to whom she made them to, because phone records for that address mysteriously vanished that evening after being confiscated by the phone company. In the early hours of August 5, 1962, Green Police Sergeant Jack Clemens received a phone call from Dr. Hyman Engelberg informing him that Marilyn Monroe had died from a pill overdose. After driving out to the modest home in Brentwood, Sergeant Clemens found Dr. Engelberg, Eunice, and at least one other person leading him to Marilyn's bedroom. Marilyn's naked body was sprawled face down and diagonally across her bed, her left hand resting on the telephone on the nightstand. Next to the phone were multiple empty prescription pill bottles, one of which contained many Nembutal and coral hydrate capsules. A more thorough search revealed no glass that could have been used to help the pills down. Upon inquiring about the bathroom, Eunice informed Sergeant Clemens that it was out of order and had no running water. Sergeant Clemens made another interesting observation when he noticed Eunice doing laundry and cleaning up around the house. When questioned, Eunice stated that she wanted the place to look nice because she knew the coroner would eventually come and rope off the house for the crime scene investigation. Sergeant Clemens discovered Marilyn's body to be in an advanced stage of rigor mortis, indicating that she had been dead for some hours. When pressed further, Eunice admitted that she had noticed Marilyn's locked door sometime after midnight. Eunice got worried after a few knocks, but there was no response and called Dr. Engelberg, who was too unable to wake Marilyn by knocking on the door. The two circled back outside and looked into her window. They could only enter Marilyn's bedroom after using a fireplace poker to smash the window. It was too late, though. The 36-year-old actress was already deceased. Before Eunice contacted the authorities, 4 hours had passed. The untimely death of the legendary film star remains a daunting mystery to this day. Just a few weeks before Marilyn Monroe passed away in 1962, photographer George Barris captured these images, which are now up for auction on Paddle 8. Jim Morrison. The lead singer of The Doors, Jim Morrison, aka the Lizard King, wrapped up his session with a whispered lyric run on the song Riders on the Storm from their most recent album, L.A. Woman, as he was leaving for Paris the following day. Little did he or the band know that would be Morrison's last time performing in front of an audience. At the age of 27, Jim tragically passed away from a heroin overdose on the 3rd of July, 1971. The world was shocked, and his fans were devastated by the frontman of Doors' untimely death. But unlike Jim Morrison's brief time on Earth, the mysteries surrounding his passing have persisted for much longer. Officially, his girlfriend, Pamela Courson, discovered him dead in a bathtub in Paris. Without performing an autopsy, French officials declared that Jim Morrison's cause of death was heart failure. He was quietly buried in Paris's Père Lachaise cemetery before the world learned what had transpired. Shortly before that, on June 28, 1971, Jim Morrison took a day trip to Saint-Lô-des-Saintes, north of Paris, with his girlfriend Pamela Courson and photographer friend Alan Roney. Roney documented the journey with joy and, unbeknownst to him, provided us with the last images of Jim Morrison alive. Morrison was in Paris after finishing L.A. Woman, an album that critics hailed as one of their best and a testament to the band's poetic and influential position in the musical world. He decided to travel to Europe to get away from the friends he'd gather around him in California. "What a great idea, man," Ray Manzarek said when Morrison announced his departure for France. Manzarek himself wanted to encourage Morrison to get out of the cyclical intensity of the Hollywood crowd. They were sucking his energy, sucking his essence, Manzarek later explained. The next day, Jim left for Paris, leaving the band to finish the recordings without him. He was to arrive at a flat set up by his girlfriend Pam, who was also a significant influence in convincing the rock star to settle down in the French capital in order to restart his writing career. He quickly became accustomed to the life of wine, smokes, cheese, and bread that Paris always provides. Despite calls from the band in June of that year to take the new music on the road, Jim was finding the benefit of Parisian life and put off the suggested tour for a little longer yet. His last pictures depict him as a happy man. They portray him as an artist who is enjoying being himself once more as an artist. This was Jim reborn and appearing ready to be the Doors frontman once more. He had a new record in the bag and a new contract ready to go. Jim no longer wanted to be a rock star and was not constrained by hangers-on or associates anymore, but it had yet to materialize. Tupac. Several shots were fired at Tupac Shakur on September 7, 1996. The rapper and his bodyguards got into a fight with 21-year-old Crips gang member Orlando Anderson in the lobby of the MGM Grand Casino after leaving a boxing match with former Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight. While watching the same Mike Tyson fight, Carol, a member of the city's bike patrol unit, was unaware of the altercation in the lobby. Later, as Knight and Shakur were halted at a stop sign, a white Cadillac pulled up next to them, and one of the men inside started shooting out the back window. The first policeman to arrive at the gruesome scene was Carol. Carol claims that he asked Shakur for a dying declaration of a potential suspect, but that the rapper initially ignored him. Shakur, according to Carol, remained silent even when another officer attempted to elicit a statement from him inside the ambulance. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he underwent surgery while being heavily sedated. He went into a coma, never really recovered, and was eventually removed from life support. Pac and Suge Knight drove down the Las Vegas Strip in the Death Row Records CEO's 1996 black BMW 750IL after the ill-fated Mike Tyson vs. Bruce Sheldon fight when a 29-year-old UCLA film school student named Leonard Jefferson had an encounter with the soon-to-be dead rap icon. That later became a part of a more prominent legend than the two. Jefferson got the chance to interact with Pac later that night for what would become his final photo op. He revealed in an interview that he came to a stoplight at Harmon Avenue. He looked over and saw some shiny rims on a BMW. He noticed it was Pac and Suge. He recalled, I said, "Yo, what up, Pac?" He paused for a second, then recognized who I was and said, "Yeah, what up, man?" He asked them what they were doing that night, and Tupac said they were going to Club 662 and he should come over. Jefferson said, "All right, cool. Hey, let me grab a picture really quick." My camera was in the center console, so I just grabbed it and then snapped that picture. Jefferson stated that they pulled off right after the light turned green and then made a right turn. Around 11:15 p.m., the BMW was attacked, shooting Shakur 4 times and sending him to the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada. Jefferson clearly remembers that unsettling imagery till the present. I got on my phone and called California Pizza Kitchen to cancel my order. All of a sudden, I heard pop, 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 pop. All of a sudden, I see the black BMW turn around and take off. It made a wide U-turn right in the middle of the street and started following Suge. It was a procession of cars, like 2 or 3. There was a Lexus that the security guard was driving. I had a 96 Chevy Suburban. You can see it in the reflection in the picture I took of Pac, Jefferson vividly remembers. Freddie Mercury. The last known image of Freddie Mercury was taken in private, just months before he passed away. The picture shows Freddie standing in the garden of his cherished residence, Garden Lodge in West London, which was taken by his longtime partner, Jim Hutton, on August 28, 1991. The celebrity can be seen posing with one of his cats in front of the Georgian home, framed by leaves and grinning at the camera. The image provides a glimpse into Freddie's final months spent at home. That summer, Freddie posed for a camera for the very last time. "Mine," remarked Jim. He further said, "I was out in the garden photographing some of the flowers in full bloom, and Freddie walked towards me. I trained the lens on. He wanted to move back a bit, so it wasn't a close-up. Then he posed while I took 4 pictures, and he managed a smile for each." Jim Hutton noted that despite being one of the most photographed people in the world, the images of the frontman of Queen held a special place in his heart. In his memoir of the star, he stated, "He was so pale and drawn that he knew he didn't look his best, but it didn't matter a bit. Of all the pictures I have of Freddie, those are the ones I love most." Mercury died in his Kensington home on the evening of November 24, 1991, about 24 hours after issuing a public statement. He was 45 years old. Bronchial pneumonia caused by AIDS was the reason for death. When Mercury died, his close friend Dave Clark of the Dave Clark 5 was at his bedside. David Bowie. When the news of David Bowie's death was announced, there was an outpouring of tributes, and fans shared what they believed to be the superstar's final photograph. The photo was posted on David Bowie's official Instagram account on January 8, 2016, which was also his 69th birthday and 2 days before his death. Bowie died on January 10, 2016 at the age of 69, surrounded by family after a courageous 18-month battle with cancer. The photograph, widely regarded as his final professional portrait, was taken by Jimmy King, a friend of Bowie's who had photographed him numerous times over the years. It is unknown when the photograph was precisely taken. Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is a legend, not only because of everything he gave to his devoted fans, but also because of his tragically early passing, which devastated them forever. It has recently come to the world's attention that the photos you'll see here are the last ones ever taken of the well-known musician, as if that weren't depressing enough. They are joyful pictures of him and his girlfriend, Monica Danman, enjoying life and seeing the sights while she snapped photos of her beau. Here are Jimi Hendrix's final images. On September 11, 1970, Hendrix gave his final interview to the Record Mirror at the Cumberland Hotel in London. Hendrix was found dead in his girlfriend's apartment at the Sam Markin Hotel in Notting Hill, just 2 days shy of his 28th birthday, after already being in poor health due to an outgoing bout of influenza and exhaustion from work.
Damn, dude. What is this?
I'll throw you to the ground like this brick. Just like this.
Yeah, you really showed that brick who's boss there, Fatty. I'm really impressed by your skills, you know. And shout out to the manager, you know, telling Fatty, hey Fatty, we need you to degrade yourself. Go pick up that paver and squeeze between the most narrow point between the outhouse and the actual house. You know, we really need that on camera. That's really gonna liven up the audience, you know, really make them excited to see you do this. And, you know, of course, this whole thing is done shoddily. It's not done correctly at all. I mean, they didn't even bother to pull out the weeds that are there. I mean, the best method you could have done is pull out the weeds, flatten the dirt there, put some sand, put some gravel, you know, at least you get some filtration going on there, and then put the pavers down. But no, we can't be bothered with that. We're just going to leave everything how it is and slightly take the fans' advice and punt it off as our own advice, because we are geniuses. It's only going to lead to these pavers like cracking and shifting and moving, and water will probably pool up there a lot. It's just going to be a mess. Either way, speaking of people being really smart and really intelligent, well, Fatty claims to have been invited in some capacity to go on the Howard Stern show. I don't know the validity of that. I feel like there's a couple possibilities for this. Some people are casting, you know, doubt about this being practical, but for years Howard Stern benefited off the backs of mentally
Yeah, I mean, there is a possibility that he might be able to land on
physical anomalies on a show, and Fatty would be no exception. I could also see it being a troll. I could see it being some like intern producer that's aware of Fatty trying to make his first big catch on the Howard Stern show. I don't know. Howard Stern's fallen off. He's not as interesting or fun as he used to be. So would Fatty even be fun on that show? Probably not. I feel like he would get lambasted and it would turn really sad really fast. But hey, at least potentially we have that to look forward to. Who knows? We're going to examine several different videos of Fatty. Fatty is afraid for his life. He's so petrified. We'll get to that at the end.
Rough and rowdy.
Why at the end, though? Why not right now?
Boxing leads or influencers that want to have me on. I'm open to it, but there's some specific people I want to fight. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm going to be one pissed off fat man for sure. That being said, all you other big old content creators, you'd be stupid not to take me on.
Yeah, you guys hear that? You hear that? You'd be so dumb to not take Fatty on. And notice that he says big YouTubers. I think it's a double entendre a little bit there. You know, maybe a little bit.
What, is he going to try to fight Boogie now, too? Wings? I don't know what other fat YouTubers there are, or lolcows. I mean, Airsoft Fatty is a lolcow, too, so you have to remember that as well.
Of a slip. He is calling out large humans, but he's also calling out people that have massive audiences that dwarf fatties. So, I think it's pretty clear. He keeps doing this shtick where he's calling out people. First off, Gabriel Iglesias is in a separate stratosphere from all these other YouTubers. So that's irrelevant. And now he's trying to get these boxing producers to try... Like, I know I was shocked when Wings and Boogie both got medically cleared. How is Fatty supposed to? He records this like 2-minute long video of him breaking sticks in the woods and slightly tapping a tree with his fists, and he is just completely winded, completely out of breath. I mean, this man has zero shot in performing anything physical. He can barely walk around his property, and you expect me to see him fight Badland Chugs or somebody like that? I mean, give me a break. The whole thing's really dumb. It's clearly him trying to get some sort of clout, some sort of attention, because I mean, his channel's not doing great.
I mean, if it was Badland Chugs, then it wouldn't even be a fight. It'd be more of a chugging competition, which maybe he could do. There is a possibility that he could probably win against him. I'm not sure. I mean, there was that video where he drank a whole concoction. I think it was like a blue Powerade or something. But yeah, he just gulped it down like it was nothing. But I don't know how he does with carbonated drinks. But I mean, he could try to do something like that. And, you know, if he's smart, not do what Wings does, and if he does get some form of people cheering him on, maybe he could try to turn his life around or something. Who knows? Who knows?
He's trying to find different avenues for people to bring some attention to him, and it's pretty pathetic, if I do say so myself.
Oh my gosh, yes! Yes! Oh my gosh, I love these! This here is just a basic stadium, right? It's one of the more basic stadiums you can get.
Is that Beyblade?
In clear.
Yeah, there you go. That glass, that whole. It was sort of like Blue Parade or something, and he was able to. Yeah, it is
We
Beyblade.
got Flame Libra. Really good stamina type. I had almost all the Metal Fusion era stuff, except for Vern Phoenix. And I have him now.
So, I'm trying to figure out how I should approach this fatty video, because part of me is like, well, I guess it's good that he enjoys something and he's showing actual enthusiasm for something. I've never heard of him being intrigued by Beyblades, but I feel like he fits the criteria for somebody that is a 30-year-old Beyblades fan, so maybe I shouldn't be, too shocked in this situation.
I used to be all about
But
Yu-Gi-Oh!
on the other
When I was a lot
hand,
younger.
this is
not
clearly
anymore.
an advertisement. Fatty gets
Not only because shit is really expensive now, but it's just really hard to keep up with the game, the physical game. I don't know too much about like the mobile game or any other form. I've only ever really did the physical. And that was pretty hard to upkeep with, man. It really was. But it was fun, I will admit. It was fun, and I think I got in and out of it at a pretty good time, surprisingly enough.
get some affiliate link with this website that sells Beyblades, and part of me is just wondering, yeah, they sent him, I don't know, like 8 items. It probably totaled like $100 or something like that. But part of me is still even curious. They're not gonna make their money back off of this, right? Because like, Fatty's not like a Beyblade channel, and like I don't think his audience is sitting there like, oh hell yeah, I've never played with Beyblades before, but since Fatty showed him off in his video, very horribly may I say, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna go pick some up with his discount code, and he'll get some kickback from it. I mean, at the point of this video,
I mean, I don't know, I can't really say anything negative. I don't want to. It's not my place to do so anyway. Good for him for finding something to, be happy about and such, but I don't know. Like I said, I can't really say anything. I don't know too much about Airsoft Fatty.
video being
I just know that he was on that Shark Tank thing or whatever you call it. Not Shark Tank. Some fucking like live reality show thing or whatever. I don't really remember.
Recorded, his video only had about 7,000 views, and that clearly is not enough to make up the ad revenue difference in how much this company sent him. So it's a net loss. I'm sure they're not getting a lot of traffic through this video. I don't know, the whole situation doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But then again, I feel like that might be just how a lot of sponsorships end up shaking out, because unless you're like a mega channel, and I don't see how a lot of these smaller channels can be profitable for the company. But hey, get your cheddar any way you have to, I guess, Fatty.
And as you guys can see, that was worth the message there. Worth the message? Well, it was worth the pause in video there.
I don't know if it was worth the pause in video there, Fatty, because you basically took a 2-minute intermission to basically just keep showing different tabs on this website and say, by the way, use my code in order to go to the website and get some money off. And I'm not going to have that code here, because go watch Fatty's video if you want it. If you're somehow on the 3rd level of going and doing Beyblades that you haven't gone to the website initially, you didn't go to Fatty's channel, and now you're on my channel reacting to Fatty's content, talking about this promotion. You live at
Let it. Look at that baby spin. A little nostalgic trip down memory lane.
There's just so much wrong with some of Fatty's content, you know. And I've stated I prefer the content where he films himself, not when you know the other goons show up and start filming him. But like at the same time, I don't know what went through his mind to think, oh, I'm gonna do 2 different camera angles to show me rip this Beyblade instead of just doing one that's looking over the top of the table to show him ripping it and it's spinning at the same time. More than likely, he probably messed it up a couple times and just said, I'll just B-roll it. We'll just throw it in the background. Who cares? It's not that big of a deal anyway. We'll just move on from it. And it's like, okay.
Well, at least there's some effort put into trying to make it entertaining, I guess, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, another convenience store. Family Mart. Okay, let's see what we got.
This is my Canon EOS M6. All right, we are set. Let's see what we got. Spicy
Family
chicken.
Mart.
Taste of soft, juicy chicken, the boneless type. Separate it.
Tamachiki.
Very nice. You can eat it just like this if you like, or
it's a big chunk
you can
of
put
chicken
it inside
too.
some bread. I'm going to use this as sandwich bread. So it's a Danish, and I'll put the chicken inside. But first I want to try the chicken. So spicy. They've got regular as well too, but I wanted to go for the spicy. Oh, it tastes so good after about a 45-minute hike up here, and still warm. Fabulous. Oh, it's got some kick too. Let's not eat too much of this. This here is a bacon and cheese Danish.
Ooh,
and
that looks
says
delicious.
That it's a sharp cheese. So, chicken on there. And we fold this in half. This is the do-it-yourself chicken sandwich from Family Mart. Yeah, going in. Oh, it's sweet bread. Oh, masterful. Really cheesy too. Yeah, it is. It's a strong cheese. So basically it's a $2 sandwich and it's delicious. Look at that. Would you eat that? It's really soft. It does have kind of a dressing on it. The cheese has a sauce in it.
Yeah, it's like a cheesy sauce kind of thing. Still, it looks really good. Oh, onigiri. What is it? Just
ooh, meaty, salty.
Is it tuna?
Soft.
Or is it salmon?
Good piece of salmon.
Ah, yeah, salmon onigiri. Huh.
This is one of the better rice balls for sure. And the rice is so nice and moist. Oh. Green tea, the beverage of champions. Unsweetened green tea. You can't go wrong with this. Let's do the potato chips next. So it's pizza flavored potato chips. There's actual cheese pieces on the chips. Let's see.
They embrace CBD despite the drug taboo. What? Interesting.
その日本ではダメなんだな、ちょっと残念だなっていうか、他の国では吸えるのにな、他の国では医療大麻として使われてるのにな。
Yeah, but they found a loophole to get around it with CBD. Right.
Jackpot.
Hey, Black Crusader, thank you so much for the sub. Greatly appreciate it. That's right. So, just so you could see, right? There you go. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I know I'm supposed to only do 4, but fuck it. I'll do 10. Why not? You know? Thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate it. Any Greylock? Or any? No, I haven't. Orange juice. Oh man. Sorry, I just saw your message right now. I apologize for that. So, Guatemala street food. Jeez. Damn, we gotta go there next. Hey, don't give me that look. The fuck? Should I? Should I? Maybe you should give me an incentive as to why I should watch it. How about that? When you get too scared of the haunted house, just dance. I mean, yes, but also yes. What? Hazabula? I mean, I guess. I don't care who Hazabula is. Goofy ass criminals. Are they? How horrific are they? Like, is it like stuff that like has actually happened in, you know, in real life? Or is it just, you know, stories and things that are based off of word of mouth? Well, why don't you tell me, you know? Oh god, what the fuck? Creepy! Looks like an AI generated image. Wait, that's right. I'm subscribed to horror stories. There you go. This dude's channel is just raw and yeah, completely just, you know, doesn't pull anything. Check this out.
Jordan Lindsay was a 21-year-old college student from Torrance, California that was attacked and killed by 3 tiger sharks while snorkeling with her mother in the Bahamas. On the 3rd day of their annual vacation, the Lindsay family decided to take a trip to Rose Island with the Sandy Toes tour boat so they could snorkel and pet wild pigs. Upon arrival, they realized they had booked their tour for a different day, but the company allowed them to get on board at the last minute. When they arrived at the island, Jordan and her mother, Cammie, decided to go snorkeling while the rest of the family went to a different part of the island to pet pigs. As they were in the water, Cammie heard Jordan yell out, "Mom." When she turned around, she thought her daughter was being circled by dolphins, but soon realized that Jordan was screaming because there were several sharks attacking her. Cammie told Jordan to head towards her as she made her way to her daughter, but Jordan was struggling to swim. It was then that Cammie noticed one of the sharks had bitten off most of her child's right arm. Before Cammie could reach Jordan, another shark swam between them and began attacking the 21-year-old. Cammie managed to grab Jordan's hand and began towing her back to the shore. As they were swimming, Jordan called out, "Mom, there's another shark coming." The shark attacked moments later, removing a large chunk off the lower part of one of Jordan's legs. Cammie punched the shark in the nose, but she claims the animal was so big it had no effect. Jordan was still alive when they pulled her onto the shore. A boat arrived from the tour company to transfer them back to the mainland for medical assistance, but there were no medical supplies on the boat, and none of the crew members had any emergency training to help the situation. All they could do was wrap a towel around Jordan's leg in hopes of slowing the bleeding. Not long after they arrived at the hospital, Jordan Lindsay was pronounced dead. The tour company added new safety measures, including shark spotters, and in a message to the Lindsay family they stated, "All reasonable steps were taken to prevent this very unfortunate incident, and our staff responded swiftly and in line with our emergency protocols and procedure." However, the Lindsay family feels the company did not help during or after the attack, and that they were not properly prepared for the situation. The Lindsays say that they want to spread awareness to the public in hopes of preventing a similar tragedy from happening to anyone else.
Now that's crazy. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, that one is pretty crazy. But let's check out another one. This one too.
Seven friends were having a picnic at the Amboli Ghat in Maharashtra, India, when 26-year-old Imran Gardi and 21-year-old Pratap Rathod decided to party and drink near a railing that overlooked the valley 2,000 feet below. One of the intoxicated men is seen holding a bottle of liquor as the two sit on the railing talking and laughing.
Oh no, what mata. You know, oh no! Oh no!
As Gardy and Rathod stood peering down the cliff on the wrong side of the guardrail, one of them begins to slip. The other reaches out to grab his falling friend and gets pulled down with him. One of the men's bodies could be seen lying on some rocks 700 feet down, but the search had to be delayed due to heavy fog and rain. Police told the media they planned to question the person recording the event for not stopping the two men from climbing over the railing. But in the video, you can hear the group of friends shout warnings at Gardy and Rathod each time they began playing around near the cliffside.
My God, dude.